Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, quick sound check. And can you see my screen? A couple of yeses will help me. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so what is happening? First of all, let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week. The trade of the week is ASO. Again, I just posted it up there. Again, how you trade the trade of the week will be up to you. Suggested entry is 3609. High short float percent. If you got the email, you'll see exactly the reasoning behind it. So the trade of the week is ASO with a suggested entry of 3609. So let's take a look at other things that are happening. So crypto's getting hammered again. Now Riot is also down, not just because of that, but there actually is an earnings play too, such as it is. So Riot is down, coming into the 200-day moving average, 2162. So it's about $2 away. I mean, that could be a support area for Riot. But I mean, again, crypto is just in disarray right now. And again, Riot also has the added benefit of having earnings, and earnings released this morning. Disca, you guys were talking about Disca, and I know it has dropped significantly since the, DIS, I guess I got it wrong, DISCA, not KA. Yeah, sorry about that. I think I put KA up there. It should be CA. Yeah, so the deal, I guess is, I don't know if it's the on again, off again, but I mean, this has been brewing for a long time with AT&T. T-Mobile was up. Let me take a look at T. Yeah, so it's been chopping around also, but T-Mobile is still up. DBGI, I'm surprised when I saw this. It sounds like this is post IPO. But digital, or maybe, I don't know, maybe I thought this was already a traded company. I must be thinking of something else. But DBGI, Digital Brands, I guess they launched on Friday, and this is gapped up somewhat. Not somewhat, it's up 34%. And I suppose I have to mention this one. This is this absolutely insane one. China IPO on Friday. If you're not familiar with this, the IPO was priced at $4.50. I think 5.3 million shares. So I mean, this is crazy. No, shorts just became available at Interactive Brokers. I'm not saying I want to, like 1,400 shares just became available. I'm not saying I want to short this one right now, but man, this, you just can't see this lasting up here. ARPO, ARPO. See, this is surging 20% on a merger deal. Okay, so this is a merger deal, but it's also, I want to say this is also an earnings play. May 13th. I don't know if they've actually released earnings. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, they're doing a merger. So that's the main reason why this is up, ARPO. CLSK. CLSK has gapped down. Yeah, it's down 6.6%. Pretty good volume also. Now, the reason I'm sort of interested in this one, I mean, you can see if it takes out the low of Friday, I mean, it's got a ways to go, but I mean, then there's really not a lot of support for CLSK. Another earnings play. This was a high flyer for quite a while. Rail, or at least it was a decent trader for a while. I mean, look at what it was doing. Got up from 3 all the way up to 871. This is an earnings play though. Gapping down, low float. 11.3 million in the float. And again, look at the gap down. So it's taken all this out of play. So now, I mean, the next areas could be about $1 away. SMMT. SMMT. This is gapping up on... Okay, now this looks like this is truly an earnings play right now. Yeah, we don't have an earnings date at all, so I don't know what they've done, if they've just released way ahead of time or... Anyway, this is an earnings play, SMMT. Low float, 22 million in the float. Probably a lot of resistance right around here, right around that 640 level. Net Element, NETE, gapping up on really, okay, shares up 17.6%. Filing from Friday shows an amended and restated agreement and plan of merger with Mullen Technologies. Okay, so that's the reason this is gapping up. Net Element. Another crazy low float, 4.3 million in the float. All right, ATOS is gapping up. ATOS is gapping up. And it's continuing here. This is after, let's see, an FDA meeting type response. I'm sorry, May 14th earnings play also. So there's a lot of news, I guess, for ATOS. Some kind of a response from the FDA. Quadruple S. S is on the way down here. Let's see if it's still a little pop now. Little pop. Couldn't see any specific reason for it being down. ZH. ZH is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays right now, so this is starting to fall here. ZH starting to fall quite a bit actually, but it is an earnings play. China stock. SNMP. I'm not sure if I went over this one. SNMP. Yeah. Okay. So this just had a pop. SNMP announces agreement with NUVVE and Stonepeak to pursue a $750 million joint venture. So this is an EV play. Not that EVs have been that great. Cala, guys, this is actually, I took a short on this one in the pre-market. I was wondering if William, if you took a short on this Cala in the pre-market. They gapped up on a licensing agreement with a company called Antigen, and they say they're getting an upfront payment, but they didn't say how much. Always kind of skeptical. I'm not saying they're not going to get an upfront payment, but I mean, how much is it? Anyway, I ended up taking a short right up here, runs 245. Covered most of it in this area. This was, to me, just kind of a scalp short, but just I have a piece left just in case it keeps collapsing downward. So Golden Joe, if you can have, okay, the app is definitely better than the web-based version, okay? There's no question. I mean, the web-based version is fine, but, you know, for instance, you don't have, if you care, you don't have Brokerage Plus in the web-based version, so you can't do any simulation trading. 10 charts instead of, 5 charts only available, the web-based version. The bottom line is this. I mean, if you're wondering, should I use the web or the application? Definitely the application. Let's see if there are still shorts available for that EJH. My guess is that they were snapped up. Not sure I understand your question, Eric. 1 minute range price. You're talking about like literally the range in 1 minute? I don't think we have that. I think the lowest is 2 minutes. I may be wrong, but 2 minutes is the lowest. If that's what you're talking about, you can't add a 1 minute. All right, guys, 9:14. So I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Again, not too many downgrades. We have a lot more, well, we have a few upgrades, not too many downgrades. Let me just get the upgrades in right now. Okay, I have a couple of upgrades for Place, the children's place. Take a look at that one, PLCE, once I finish these. A couple of upgrades for PLCE. All right, there are the upgrades. Let me just get PLCE in here and see what's happening with it pre-market. Well, not much. It's actually nothing. I mean, actually a big down red candle here, but nothing happening yet anyway. A couple of upgrades for it though. We get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. So you can't, we don't have anything like that, Eric, sorry. Okay, we don't have anything like that, what you're asking for, okay? Yeah, the main difference between our standard and our premium service is the AI, okay? That's the main difference. And these are suggestions, absolutely. You have an entry, of course, the entry time will be a real-time entry time with an entry price with a stop. So these are suggestions. That's the main difference between standard and premium. Golden Joe, when you say wait, where do I find this? Find what? You talking about are you talking about the upgrades and downgrades? AMC, let's take a look at AMC. AMC is actually not bad. I mean, it's 3.6%, nothing fantastic, but the couple of highs Thursday and Friday are around the same level, around 1470, 1439-ish. And you can just see if it can take that out today. I mean, it's right there. I think that's 1454. I'm actually going to stick an alert right there, 1454, 1458, and see if it takes that out later on today. Because then it's got a real shot to get into this area. So I just want to put this link in again. The test drive is still on. This is the second week of it. There is still time. If you do want to sign up for it, you'll get the balance of today, plus in the next 4 trading days. It is over on Friday. So you won't get 2 weeks, but if you think that it's worth it to sign up, for, in essence, 5 trading days, it'll cost you $8.99, okay? Just sign up right there. It will, so you're not getting 2 weeks, okay? You're only getting until the 21st. If you think that's worth it, great. If not, then have to wait for the next one. And I'm not sure when the next test drive will be. Green trades, I'm not sure how to help you there. You might have to go to our tech support. I'm not sure how I can help you there. Locking up the computer, boy, that seems very, very like your system specific. The only thing I can suggest is you go to our homepage. We have some tech guys who are standing by, and I'll give you the homepage link. I cannot help you. I have no idea why that would be happening. Okay? All right, what is the SPY doing this morning? The SPY, I think, was a little bit off this morning. A little bit off this morning. So we had quite the day on Friday. Look at tech was up 300, Dow was up 360, SPY was up 61. So we had a big rally day certainly on Friday. So we're going to a little bit softer this morning on the open. Again, just have to wait and see what happens. But the only thing I can think of, green trade, do me a favor if you still can hear me. If you well, you can't load anything. Can you load any window? I want to see if you've got a bunch of them pinned. No, these are just analysts. These are just analysts giving their opinions. I'm not saying, I'm not saying, okay, so you see an analyst opinion that is being downgraded. I mean, whether you take the short or not, I mean, that's just an opinion, just like the upgrades. So these are just opinions from analysts. Well, I suppose so. I mean, they're obviously, if an analyst comes out and says we're downgrading this, I mean, they're implying that it's going to go down in price. Whether that happens or not is another issue. And usually the day of is not. I mean, these a lot of these analysts. I mean, again, this is just their opinion of what may happen. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen today. And it may never happen. Yeah, Eric. Sorry. Just give me a moment here. Just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So if you do that, and you can use this promo code, okay? Yeah, so Golden Joe, as I always say, I wouldn't even worry about what the differences are between the different AIs. You're talking about Holy Grail, Holly 2.0, and Holly Neo. I wouldn't even concern myself, okay? I mean, in theory, the difference is this. Holy Grail was the very first one. Holly 2.0 was the next. Holly Neo was the last one. They get, in theory, progressively a little more risky, we'll call it, but I wouldn't even worry about it. I wouldn't even wonder what the differences are. All I would do is just wait for the alerts to happen, and whether it comes from Holy Grail, Neo, or 2.0, it shouldn't really matter, okay? I would just make it super easy on yourselves. All you have to do is load this window called Strategy Trades All from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Whether they come from Neo, 2.0, or Grail, to me is so irrelevant. And if you're going to say, well, then why do we have the differences? Good question. I'm wanting to get rid of them. I don't see that there's any reason to confuse people anymore about the differences. All right, everybody. So the market's going to open in about 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do right now is just shut down these two windows, minimize them. And get ready for the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. These two windows here, I watch this up and down. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And again, that is by design. If you want to follow along these three windows here, if you click on, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list right here. Where are you? How come I can't find? There I am, Barry's watch list right here, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout. Before you do that, before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure that you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so that's the reasoning for that. Just one moment, please, okay? You guys are talking about CCL. Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's really got to clear out of here. I mean, this could be a great longer-term trade if you really believe that these cruisers are going to come back sometime this summer and then going forward. I mean, I guess they are, but right there, you can just see on the monthly chart, you know, around $30, a little over $30 is the big area to get through. If it can get through that, then man, it's got room. I'm sure the rest of them look the same. Norwegian, take a look at NCLH. Yeah, almost exactly the same in terms of a monthly pattern, and I'm sure RCL will look the same. Yeah, it's sort of the same. I guess CCL maybe looks more poised. You know, these candles, these monthly candles are a little more narrow than the other ones, so maybe a little more poised for a breakout. Okay, guys, TME could be interesting. TME has earnings, I believe, after hours today. Yeah, post-market, at least as long as I think that is correct. So there's TME, and it is starting to move a little bit. It's a big float, 800 million in the float, China stock. Somebody, you asked me my opinion. I mean, look, the only thing about EJH, I mean, it's obvious that at some point, and where that point is you know, anybody's guess. Maybe it's now. I don't know. I mean, it's already dropped what, $5 or $6. You know, if you have shorts available, there's going to be some shorting. I mean, any stock that the IPO was priced at 450 on Friday. And what did it hit this morning at $79? I mean, obviously at some point it's going to fall. The problem is when. You know, you can get really hurt in these. So I have no opinion as to, okay, if it hits this price, you should short. And sorry, guys. Hey, the market's open. The market is open right now. I should have got a little more prepared for that. And well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. See if anything is moving right off the bat here. Golden Joe, not exactly. I mean, if you're talking about the AI doing that, no. But I mean, you know, this is where, so the AI won't, but I mean, if you type in ATOS, I mean, then it's up to you to take a look at these weekly and the monthly and the daily charts to check to see where there's some support, resistance, etc. I mean, that's the whole, you know, if you're looking to get into this one as an just, you know, as an example, the AI is not going to analyze a specific stock for you, no. But you have to understand also, I mean, these little bios, you know, they put out these press releases, and a lot of times they're just sort of one-day wonders, and then they just fizzle. So you kind of have to look at the news too. All right, that Cala, guys, I'm still short some Cala. You see, for instance, you know, I looked at this news, I thought, you know what, they're not even indicating what sort of dollar amount they're getting from this licensing agreement. A lot of times you'll see, like, they talk about an upfront payment. They didn't say what it was at all. Always kind of makes me a little more skeptical. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but well, AMC on the move, guys. I had that alert set, I think 14 something, right up here. So it's getting closer and closer to the Thursday and Friday highs. No, I mean, look, if you know, hopefully we're in the middle or the beginning or the first 10% of the reopening. So I mean, obviously these theaters should start doing better again. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts just to see if there's anything exciting happening and something I haven't really talked about. How's that DBGI doing? DBGI. I don't think I saw this one on Friday. I mean, they're calling this an IPO, but I mean, and priced at 415. Yeah, AMC it's on fire. AMC is on fire. Getting closer and closer to Friday's high. But again, it's early. You know, I don't like trading the first 15 minutes because things can be very, very whippy, up and down. GBGA, yeah, GBGI just is got halted. Just got halted. And SNMP got halted also. SNMP got halted. It's an earnings play. Low float, 13.8 million in the float. I guess it has some room to the 160 mark. I mean, up there's the next highs looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when you look at a chart. Meanwhile, look at Macy's, guys. Macy's Look at the run on Macy's. I mean, they're 300 million in the float. This is a great move for Macy's. Taking out Friday's high, the high over here also, back on the 10th. All right, so we have 3 alerts right off the bat. I'm not a big fan of the early alerts, but you know, you trade them the way you want to from the AI. But in this particular case, IJ, at least it is, we know, one of the reasons why, it is an earnings play for SNMP. So I'm just looking at the news. So Macy's actually reports tomorrow before the market opens, and I'm just looking at the headline forecast to post a Q1 loss. Maybe the loss is not as much as the analysts thought. That's the only that's the only thing I can think of why it would pop. I don't see any other news, but it is supposed to. Macy's will report tomorrow before the market opens. Yeah, Clove. I did notice Clove. Clove is an earnings play, but it really didn't do very much. Yeah, I mean it's big volume coming into it right now. It is an earnings play, but it was really all over the place in the pre-market. All right, space. SPCE. Big pop for space, guys. I'm just looking at some of the early earnings plays, seeing if there's anything kind of interesting happening. I don't see anything yet. Ah, look at that EGH. This is, you know, you got to be very careful. No shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. Little, yeah, look, nice move on the SPY though. Nice move on the SPY. Look at that first 15-minute candle is green so far anyway. AMC settling down a little bit. AMC settling down a little bit, right around $14. Rheology, we had a, I'm sorry, I thought it was a halt. It's not a halt. So this EGA, wow, look at this. I mean, you talk about whippy. Look at EGH up to 81. It got halted on the way down at 68. I mean, this is going to have a huge fall at some point, but no shorts available for me now at Interactive Brokers. Macy's continues, guys. Macy's, must be something else. I mean, the anticipation of earnings tomorrow. I mean, it's had a great day on Friday. Look at the big candle on Friday. I mean, now, when you look left, I mean, it's got room. Yeah, I mean, $21. The high's up here. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it definitely has some room. Well, Playboy, PLBY, 51.73, 51.95. So about $1 away from these highs right here. This was, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. Takes that out. I mean, it's got a shot. Playboy's got a shot into that area. Well, the big challenge now, 19 for Macy's. M. This is a big move. I mean, you know, for 300 million in the float, it's up almost 5%. All right, this one, quadruple SSSS is trying to actually pop here a little bit. Coming off the lows, SSSS. I didn't see any specific reason for this drop. All right, BTU. Wow, BTU. Look at the volume that came into BTU here. Not a low float. Not all have to be low floats, of course, but look at BTU. Look at the month it's had. I mean, this has got room. BTU. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Energy stock, of course, but I'm just keeping an. I still have a little bit of this Cala short from the pre-market. I'm just keeping an eye on it to see if it, gets all the way down to basically $2 where it closed on Friday. All right, now look at the SPY, guys. Big topping tail. So big topping tail on the 15-minute chart. So it could not hold. The sellers have taken over for a bit anyway. Another 30 seconds for this candle to close. Okay, so this is, so the trade of the week. So I guess in theory, it triggered, guys. I mean, you take this trade as you see fit. So it did trigger. The trigger was 36.09. A lot of big short float percent. All right, we have a gap down and reverse for Nova. N-O-V-A, we have a gap down and reverse. I'm just looking at my gap continuation or reverse scan. Really like that one, just kind of watching it. Of course, I really like the gap down and go. You know, the ones that gap down and keep going down, but so far right now, the Nova is a gap down and reverse. You can see exactly what it did, a gap down, and now it's reversing. What do you mean, wait, how did it trigger? I didn't see anything in my app. What do you mean by that, Golden? You talking about ASO? To be a little more specific, I have no idea what you're talking about. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Well, did you get the email? I mean, the suggested entry, the trigger was, I mean, you have to, if you got the email, the trigger was 3609. Okay, I mean, that was, if you got the email, that's what they were talking about, saying the suggested entry was 3609. So you could put a price alert, you know, 3609 using our price alerts. All right, there's ATOS. Okay, so ATOS, when we look left on the weekly chart, 360 is the next high, so it's got a little bit of room in terms. No. I'm just saying, you know, if you get the email, you have to, you have to figure out a way to know when the trigger happens. So use our price alerts. Well, Nova, a great gap up and gap down and reverse, guys, so far. I mean, I didn't take this one, but well, yeah, the trade of the week alert is completely separate from anything else. So it's up to you to put a price alert or somehow know when the trigger is. You know, and the easiest way, obviously, is to put a price alert on it. So when it triggers, you'll get the pop-up on your screen. Yes, it's one of the scans. It's called gap continuation or reverse. So if you go to my home page, click on my home page tab right there in the trading room right there. And then click on the link. And then right here, all the scans I'm sharing, including my layout that you see. And then here it is, the gap continuation or reverse. So did you get the email, Golden? Because it is explained. Not my workflow. It's not me creating the trade of the week. If you got the email, I mean, it's basically outlines where they got it. Steve is the originator. Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week. You know, I think it came from the A list or something like that. I mean, if you read if you say you got the email, just kind of read it and it tells you. Yes, I'm just going to show you the sector status. Okay, so you're asking about the sector industry. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on channel bar, and then one of the one of the channels is sector status. So if you click on that, this is what you're going to see. So here are the major sectors, okay? Here's the spiders. But here are the major sectors. So you can, at a glance, you can kind of tell what's happening in the major sectors. So if you're looking for the most positive sector right now, no, I mean, the most positive one right now is communications. Maybe, and that's obviously because of the Disca T-Mobile. Because this is telling you, I mean, it's not incredibly, oh, I'm sorry, this one, I guess utilities, 60% are up, 40% are down. That's what this is telling you. Okay. Okay, Golden, it absolutely states that we looked at the A1 or the A, whatever it's called. Let me find that email. Okay, I mean, it says, we will focus on a name that has been on our watch list for some time now, monitoring the high shortfall percentage it continues to hold on the A table scan. So that's the scan they used. No, there's nothing more. Okay, I mean, that's it. So it's using the A table scan. I don't have that scan. If you want it, you can probably ask Steve for it, info@trade-ideas.com. So you can sign up for the Trade of the Week right here. It's free service. I missed this one. Got distracted, guys. Look at the riot. The riot on the way down. That's from the gap down and go. Boy, I remember forever. This was never shortable at Interactive Brokers. Not, with the big red dot. But now they're allowing people to short it. Well, it's been for a while, a few weeks now, I guess, but lots of shorts available. Shoot, I've missed a couple of, let's see what the other one here, CLSK. $14.30. Yeah, look at that. Look at this. I mean, at the very beginning, very beginning, it looked like, okay, we're going to get a big move in the SPY, the market. That was a green candle at one point. Sellers took over, and now they seem to be in control again. Yeah, so Glenn, I don't know who your broker is. The question was, how can I see if shorts are available? It all depends on your broker, okay? I mean, I know how to see it in Interactive Brokers, but I can't tell you, I don't know who your broker is, but your broker will have a way to tell you how many shorts are available. Number one, if shorts are available, and then how many. I know how to do it within Interactive Brokers, but it's nothing to do with Trade Ideas. So Glenn, do you have Interactor Brokers? You're talking about the gap, are you talking about this, the gap continuation or reverse? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so Glenn, I can't tell you where you're going to find it in E-Trade. There has to be a way though. I just don't know. Are you talking about this? Okay, so just go to my homepage, right here. Right there, the homepage tab is right there. Right there, hopefully you can see it. Click on the homepage tab. There is the link for my homepage. And then when you do that, here's the scan section. You can save my link because I have a lot of scans here, including my layout that I'm displaying, plus a lot of other individual scans, including the gap continuation or reverse. So you can save my link, and then you can take a look at all this more at your leisure. Okay, so now this is an example of a gap up and reverse. This is a CLVT. Didn't see this one in the pre-market really. Huh. Well, there down goes EJH. No shorts available for me now. They're only, when I looked earlier, they're only about 1,000 anyway. They got snapped up. All right, guys, so these are the early AI alerts. Continuing to watch CLSK to see if it has a big drop here. I mean, it's chopping around a little bit. This came down and the gap down and go down further. That was the alert it came from. So it's just kind of holding right now. And a bit of a spread issue for CLSK. All right, let's see what's happening here now. Again, a lot of these came when the market was moving higher, okay? Some of these potential long setups when the market was moving higher, but now the market's doing this, all bets are off. These are kind of following what the market is doing. LFMD might be interesting. Okay, I mean, actually from 916 it did get up to quickly to 950. So let's just take a look. What's the, right up here is around 1054. So, I mean, there is some room still for LFMD. No, this one, this CLVT, gap up and reverse. CLSK guy is maybe setting up. Mike should be fine. Should be fine. Guys, you guys can hear me? I haven't turned anything off. Okay, so it's on your end, Zorro. Keep an eye on Seal here. This was up pre-market. I didn't really talk about it too much. Didn't have a lot of faith in what it would do, but this is now a gap down and go. And the trigger was at 394, so it's still kind of hanging around that area. So when you look left on the daily chart, what do you see? I see 361, so I mean it's got some room, not a lot of room, that it could keep falling before it hits a little bit of a support area. I mean, on a percentage basis, if it got down to 360, that'd be great. It'd be almost a 10% drop. Don't know what you mean by that. What's a good channel layout for just punching in tickers? I don't know what you mean by that, Golden. The only way you punch in tickers is on the charts. I mean, the layouts are all going to generate ideas for you. So I don't know what you mean by that. What's a good layout for just punching in tickers? Yes, Cesar. Yeah, well, not about to. But it's just, if you know how to create a sound alert on an alert window, it's exactly the same. Right click, actions, and just set this up. Have you done it for an alert window before? Exactly the same. If you've done it for an alert window before, it's exactly the same. Okay, so just right click, click on actions, and then check that play sound, and then set up the sound. And you can have one window text to speech. I always say it like that because remember the whole idea of audible alerts is to have a different one for each alert window and your AI window. So you don't want to have them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. So you can have one text to speech. You don't have to have any one of them text to speech, but people seem to like that. And then click on the use custom sound and select. And then here are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in them. Okay, and then so you click on an alert, highlight it, open it, play it. If you like it, then you can say okay a couple of times. And then that gets attached to it. Yeah, you can't punch in a ticker. Okay, it's not like an Excel spreadsheet where you just punch in a ticker. Okay, it's not like that, Golden Joe. Whole idea of our program is it's not a matter of punching in tickers. I mean, if you want to see a chart, if you want to see something, then you just left click on a chart and you start typing. Okay, and when you do, the chart will change. But the whole idea of Trade Ideas is set up a scans that, are generating alerts that you might want to see. All right, guys. Well, guess who's on the move? GME is on the move here. Look at them. And AMC, yes, AMC is approaching the highs of Thursday and Friday. I guess it's right at Thursday's high, 1420, so it's a little bit above Thursday's high. And the high on Friday was 1434, so it's almost right there within a penny. I mean, yeah, we do have charting. I mean, obviously we do have charts here. Is it a full-blown charting package? No, it isn't. But for me, it's fine. I mean, what we have for our charts is fine. I'm responding to somebody in our YouTube room saying it's not really for charting. I mean, I don't know, when you say it's not really for charting, I mean, no, does it have every single indicator known to man? No, I guess not. But for me, anyway, it's got enough indicators. It gives me what I'm looking for in a charting package. I don't tend to, I try not to complicate things. But we're a scanner. Yeah, we are a scanner. That's what we do. BSAC, Banco Santander. Here we go, guys. This is really rocking on the way down. Coming right into the 200-day moving average, 1948. Look what it did. It got almost right to the penny there. Not quite, 1954. So within 6 cents. Within 6 cents of the 200-day moving average. Now, of course, will that 200-day moving average hold, and will it bounce off it? Give me a moment, please. Guys, I took my eye off this one. Remember I was saying that Children's Place, PLCE, had a couple of upgrades this morning, but when we looked at it, it really hadn't. In fact, I think I looked at it right here, and it was basically flat. Look what happened once the market opened, PLCE, on those two upgrades. It's out of the price range I typically like to trade anyway, but, and it's, big short float percent, high, 26%. Okay, from Chile. Okay, so the elections yesterday. All right, let's take a look at what the market is doing. So the NAS is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. So there is no disconnect right now. All the major ones are down. Rail continues down. This is an earnings play. Ooh, and it's a gap down and go. All right, well, CLSK is not doing what I want it to do, so I'm just going to forget about it for a while. Maybe put an alert down here around 1420, 1419, see if it takes that out later on. You guys are talking about APLS. Actually, I think it had an upgrade this morning. I know I saw it for some reason. Maybe I saw it in the pre-market up here. Okay, guys, here's an earnings play right here. Go EV. Go EV is an earnings play. Let's see if it has. Don't think it has a lot of room though. Looking at the daily chart, don't see it has a lot of room. But Ride is another earnings play. Of course, this has been in the. It's been a wild one. I mean, look at the highs over here, $32 basically in the last 3, 4, 5 months, whatever. Just sinking, sinking, sinking. This was, of course, one of those SPACs. Another earnings play has just gone negative now. PRTK has just gone negative. PRTK. Ah, son of a gun. This is one I missed. CVM, was it shortable? Yes, it was shortable. CVM, I didn't see this one. From my list, from my gap down and go. Wow, 1930, 1854. This is what I'm talking about. I missed this one. This was definitely the best one so far. CLSK, had high hopes, but it just really didn't move. This one, look at that though, 1930, and it moved down smartly. Too late for me now. Yeah, if you don't want to see any of the shorts, you just right click. You see, actually, okay, in this window here, you see where it says filter? You can just say all long strategies. Just check all long strategies if that's all you want to see, Yogi. Okay, so just the filter section right there, it's a drop down. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking right now. A bit of a tough spread. Yeah, 76.92. I do see that now. 76.90, 81.92. Tightening up a bit. Okay, just a minute, please. Well, you're talking about auto trading, which we don't recommend, Yogi. But yeah, I mean, you can pick the ones you want to auto trade. You know, if you just want to go long strategies. So when you say prevent the AI from doing the short on its own, you're talking about auto trading, aren't you? We do not recommend auto trading the AI. If you're bound and determined to try it out, then use the simulator. But right here, you see the long strategies, so you don't have to turn them all on. You could just turn on the long strategies and that's it. Okay? Make sense? But before, try it in the simulator. I tried to get a short of a rail. They would not fill me. Just looking right now. Yeah, because of the uptick rule, I could not get a fill. Okay, Yogi, did that make sense? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Over here. Give me one moment, please, guys. Just checking on something. What's the date today? The 17th. Okay, no, there is not a way. Yeah, so that's how you do it. So I'm just going to follow with Yogi. Yeah. You can rule them out entirely. Now you have to, every day you're going to have to do it, okay? I mean, you're going to have to say, right? But what are you talking about? Are you talking about auto trading, Yogi? Because we don't recommend it. So I'm not sure I understand when you say you can't do shorts. I'm trying to rule them out entirely, because when you, so you must be talking about auto trading, which we don't recommend. And if you're going to try to auto trade, then my suggestion is to try it in the simulator first to see how well it works. And you can pick just the long strategies. See what I'm doing? I'm just highlighting the long strategies, right click, and then enable. Enable 12, the 12 selected strategies, which are long. Okay? But try it in the simulator first. Yeah, I know you are. I know you're talking about auto trading. Before you connect to your Interactive Brokers account and try to auto trade the AI, I don't know how many times, I'm not just talking to you, Yogi, but how many times you're going to have to say this. Practice in the simulator first. See how it works, okay? So there's no way to update the charts faster than 10 seconds. Now, shoot, look at that rail. This was a good one. I couldn't get the short because of the uptick rule. For me, it made no difference whatsoever. I know I've said this many times in the past. People ask about the, why don't the charts update faster than 8 to 10 seconds? So when you click on an alert, anywhere, this is a real-time alert, okay? For me, now, if I'm going to trade this one, I don't care about looking at this screen anymore. I'm looking at my order entry. I'm looking at my time and sales in my Interactive Brokers account, okay? So I don't really care. I'm not really looking at this screen anymore. By the time I look at it again, more than likely it's already refreshed. Okay. So, but listen, when we first added charts, I was very skeptical myself. I thought, man, that's crazy, updating every 8 to 10 seconds. So I put I think I had e-signal at the time. I put my e-signal charts right beside the AI charts or the Trade Ideas charts. I monitor them for a couple of weeks. And after 2 weeks, I realized it didn't make any difference to me. I mean, the odd stock that is going to keep shooting higher and higher, in a nanosecond, it's like it doesn't matter whether you can see it on the chart or not, because at that point, you probably are looking at your time and sales, your order entry to figure out, wow, how am I going to trade this one? So that's just for me, okay? I found zero difference. If I had found a big difference and I'm an intraday trader, I wouldn't be using the Trade Ideas charts. I told them that on the outset. But I honestly didn't find a difference. So I like the Trade Ideas charts because I like how clear and clean and crisp they look, and really concise. That's why I like them. Nothing on the moving higher with unusual options so far. That is correct. All right, wow, it's 10:24 already. Okay, this is what typically I do right around this time. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, live on the mic. This is nothing special. We're not doing this just specially because we're in this test drive, the second week of the test drive. This is the way the room is all the time, okay? And yes, it's free. I mentioned the test drive. If you still want to take advantage of the test drive, you can do so. But I will explain, you will not get 10 trading days. You'll get the balance of today plus until Friday, which is another 4 days. If you think it's worth it, to try us out, here, just click on that link. It'll cost you $8.99 right here. Again, it's not for 2 weeks, okay? It ends on Friday. So I just want to make it crystal clear. If you sign up for today, you're not getting 10 trading days. I want to be completely upfront. And we only do this, I don't know how many times a year we're going to do this now. We used to do it 4 times a year, but you know, maybe it's only twice a year. I really don't know. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? Automatically, we don't, you know, we'll offer you a nice promo code once it's over, but that's about it. So that you don't have to worry that we're going to put you into a subscription or that you have to unsubscribe from anything. If you have trade ideas, well, even if you don't have trade ideas, I will put my link in, my homepage link. Okay, there's the tab for it. I also put the link in it for it. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. A lot of information is here. So if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, you don't want to wait. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And listen to that carefully also. We get a lot of people saying, hey, I got a discount the first month. How come I'm paying full rate the next month? Well, because the discount's only good for the first month if you go month to month. We do have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. That's the usual reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. I'll explain what the AI is a little bit later. There are some other differences, but that's the main difference. If you want to go monthly, that's fine. Here's standard, $118. Premium is $228. Less the 15% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Wow, look at BTU. Wow. Okay, more information on my homepage. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it right there. It is free. Stock of the Day video. I do one I do one around noon every day. Again, it is free. I think this is a very popular section right here. All the scans that I'm sharing, click here, and here's the layout that you see that I'm displaying. Okay, there's my layout, plus a lot of individual scans. So you might have your own layout, but you want to take a look at my individual scans. You can do so here. Save the link. A lot of information here. You don't have to do it all while the room is open or while you're trying to trade. You can do this later on. A lot of education is right here. I'm going to pop this link in on its own, the 20 lessons. So the 20 lessons, if you're going to take the test drive or you're brand new to trade ideas, I really recommend you take the 20 lessons. Okay, it won't take you 20 days. But it starts off, well, downloading it, but what is a top list, building a top list, what is an alert window, creating them, all the way down, single stock windows, like all the basic features are easily explained right here. Introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay, Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to talk about. So a lot of information is here. Really recommend before you do anything else, you take a look at those the basic features. And the explanation of them all right here. Daily support session. So you'll hear me referring to a YouTube room all day. I take a break at around noon. So I moderate a YouTube room. It's exactly the same as what I call the main trading room. Exactly the same in that they can hear me and they see my screen. At noon, I do take a break. So one of the other traders does take over. Today, I believe it should be Sean. And so he'll be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the link in. So you can head over there if you want to. Free trading room. Okay, this is this room here. Okay, this is this room here. Daily webinar. So I'm pretty sure we'll be back to a normal schedule next week. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. The webinars are not on this week again. Educational videos, a lot of educational videos here. You know, creating your account, starting trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI, Holly, okay, here. And if you're new to trading, a great little video series, 36-part video series done by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Literally starting off with, what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading and you want to have some basics, then take a look at this little video. They're very quick videos, okay? I think it's really beneficial if you are new to trading. And we have some trading ebooks that we created for you also. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. Have my scan section plus the education section. Save my link. You can take a look at it all later on. All right, now let's talk a little bit in general about what Trade Ideas is and what it isn't. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. You know, the U.S. market, we do scan the Canadian market, but we really concentrate on the U.S. market, okay? We're a scanner. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. So this is an example of a scan that I put together. Very easy, basic new highs and lows. This is what it's looking for. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a great filter we've got. Current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. You know, for me, I'm looking minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open, etc. There's that click. Well, let's see what happens. I don't like it when that happens. Just give me a moment, please. I gotta find my window now. There we go. So this is an example of the filters that I'm using. And then if a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, new high of the day or new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why I'm seeing these stocks. Okay, I'm seeing these stocks because they've made a new high or a new low for the day, as long as the other filters have been satisfied. So that's an example of a scan. And of course, I'm sharing this one. The other thing is that you don't have to learn a programming language. We decided as a company a long time ago that instead of forcing you to learn a programming language to build your scans, we thought what we do is to create enough, these are all the alerts that we have, enough alerts and filters, and you see these icons, these are the filters, that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So you don't have to learn a programming language. The other thing, to start off, you know, as I've said many times, I'm sharing all my own scans. Plus, we have a channel bar. If you click on New Channel Bar, these are the channels that we have, and they're all themed channels. Stock Surging, Earnings Channel, EV Channel, okay? So they're all themed channels. Momentum Channel. Let's just click on it, see what it looks like. Now remember, these are all layouts, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you take a look, so we've created all these for you, so you don't even have to know how to create them. But let's just say you looked at this Momo channel, you thought, man, I like the idea of it. You know, you like the idea of you click on an alert. Yeah, I kind of like that. You right-click, configure, summary, and you see the filters we're using. So if you didn't mind these filters, you know, the values that we're using right now, but if you did, well, not mine, but if you wanted to change them, very simple. You know, click on the icon. So let's just say you said, you know what, I'd want stocks between 10 and 100, not 1 and 50. Click on the summary, see how it's changed. And you can make changes, you can add, if you're brand new, you're probably not going to know how to add filters and all, but you can certainly change the values. Maybe you thought, you know what, I want more minimum volume, I want 500,000 shares. Okay, so now what you've done is you've taken a window, a scan from one of our channels, you've kind of customized it to the way you like to see things, say okay, and then you can right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Because what happens is this, the fact that you've made a change, and if you go to another channel, if I go to another channel, go to the earnings channel. Okay, so here's the earnings channel. These are companies that released either this morning or after hours on Friday. Very few companies release after hours on a Friday. But say tomorrow, you'll see the ones that released after hours today, and then of course tomorrow before the market opens. But let's go back to the momentum channel, because this is a commonly asked question. Go back to the momentum channel, and let's look at the Momo. If I right click, configure, you could go and you might say, hey, what happened? I made some changes here. How come they're not saved? The reason they're not saved is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that that's what other people want. So that's the whole idea then. You can go to a channel, you can maybe extract a window that you might like, save it to the cloud, and you can go through all the channels like that. Maybe take out windows that you might like to see, and then you can create your own layout. So if you're going to create your own layout, you might already have a layout already that maybe you've created before and you've got it displayed. But now you can file, or if this is just blank, if you're starting with a blank slate, all you see is your toolbar, and you can just go File, Load from Cloud. Notice it says Momo up here. You can just load it on another window, another monitor, and now you can bring back all the windows that you may have saved from the various scans to create your own layout. Okay? Once you've done that, File, Save or Share to Cloud, click on Entire, give it a name, and save it. So now you've got your first layout created, made up of different scans from the different channels. And so that's kind of an easy way. Now, of course, down the road, you might want to create your own scan. As you get more used to trade ideas, you might want to create your own scan with all the different alerts and filters that we have. All right, now I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI. If you're in the test drive or you have our premium service, this is how I'd watch it. I wouldn't care about we've got this Holy Grail, Holly Neal, Holly 2.0. I hate having to explain this all the time. Forget about it. Okay, just forget about what the differences are. What I would do is this. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Here's your window. All you do is then I would incorporate this as part of your layout every day, so you don't have to do it every day. You just wait for the alerts to happen. So if you open Trade Ideas before 9:30, this window will be blank, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have a. Of course, this is all real time. So there was the end. There was when APLS triggered at 52.25. There's your stop. How you trade them will be up to you. Do not recommend auto trading the AI. I use it more or less like a watch list. I have a certain price range I like. I like the ones under 20. I can see there's only one right now. Okay. Do not recommend auto trading the AI. If you want to see what it would look like if you did, you can click on our, well, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but you click on the simulator, you turn on all the strategies, and then you can see what it would look like, but we don't recommend it at all. Okay, now I'm going to talk about this window you see here called Brokerage Plus. So Brokerage Plus is a feature that we have. You don't have to use it, but it's there if you want to use it. Right now, only if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. So you can actually use this window. You would connect, and I'm going to pop this video in, or actually 2 videos. Okay, this Brokerage Plus video. So there were actually 2 videos. The first video shows you how you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. Okay, that's the first. The second one is a lot longer, about 26 minutes long, and goes over a lot of the what you can do from within this window and trading your account. Okay, I'm not going to go over everything. It's going to, because you really have to watch that video. If you want to use Brokerage Plus to trade your live account, or, as I'm going to talk about the simulator, watch the video. Please watch the video. So you can do things like this. You notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade, the price. If I'm shorting it, I sell. If I want to go long, I buy it. Okay? So again, watch the video. Now I'm going to talk about the simulator, because everything I'm going to talk about in the simulator, of course, is the same thing you can do if you're connected to your IB account. I spend more time on the simulator because there are a lot of new traders. And even if you're not a new trader, you can always practice trading. Maybe a strategy that you've created and you want to see how it would work before you actually trade it live. So you click on the sim. Notice, no, this is only available, the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So you notice under here, Brokerage Plus, we have live and sim. So again, if you watch the video, it'll show you how to connect to your only Interactive Brokers or E-Trade right now. Only, okay? Don't please, people ask about TDA. I have no idea when that'll happen. Otherwise, click on the simulator. So if you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Same principle. You click on an alert, symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, price, etc. Okay? I can show you how you can take a trade or put a line on the chart. For instance, let's say I wanted to trade ARPO, but I didn't want to trade it right now. Maybe if I pull back to this level, 133 or 132, so I can pick how many shares I would like to do that at. So 300 shares. I'm going to put, in these 2 boxes, I'm going to put 130. I'm going to put 130. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. Click the buy button and there'll be a blue buy button showing up. There will be a blue buy button showing up. Unless I did something wrong. There we go. I guess I forgot to click on it. So there it is. You see there's a blue, or not a blue buy button, but a blue line in the chart. So if ARPO went down to 130, we'll take the trade. That dark blue line will turn into a faded blue line. Okay, so I know a lot of you like to maybe take trades on pullback, so that's how you can see how that works. Now, if I didn't want to, if I didn't want to keep doing this, I would just go to the orders and right click and see now it says cancel the order. I would just click cancel and the blue line would disappear. Okay, if I wanted to take the trade above the current price, maybe thinking if it took out a certain area that it could keep going, then I would just put 2 prices above the current price. A blue line would appear above. All right, now let's take a trade. Let's just take a trade right now just to show you how it would work. Well, look at Nlock, okay? I'm just going to take the trade. Again, would I take the trade? Probably not. It's a little extended, etc. But I just want to show you how it would work. I'm going to put about a 20-cent stop on it. I'm going to show you why, because we're going to talk a little, just briefly, about money management. Because when you get into a trade, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. I'm going to make this really tight. See if it takes me out immediately. I'm going to take 500 shares. What's the spread? Yeah, the spread's good. Only a penny. I'm going to buy at the market. Okay, took the trade at 26.41. I'm going to put a stop, add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 26.21. I'm going to show you why I did that. Again, just to make the math very easy. So when you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade at. Now, it has to be based on something. It's not just some kind of made up number like I kind of did right there. And, because how are you going to know that number? Well, that's when you have to practice. You're going to see charts. Hopefully, eventually, you'll be able to size up on a chart where you think, that looks like a good support area, that if it broke down through that area, I should be out of the trade. Okay, so that's the first concept. Knowing that not every trade is going to work, and you should have a price you're going to get out of the trade at. The second concept is this, that when you get into trading, you don't think, well, I'm going to take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. The number of shares you take, in my opinion, should be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So if you have $5,000 in your account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So when I say risking, I mean, okay, if you have your stop, how much are you prepared to lose on the trade, dollar amount? So let's just say your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. So you've got your 20-cent stop, you're going to risk $100 a trade. This is why I've made the math super simple. Difference between 26.41 and 26.21 is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. That's why I picked 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. All right? So that's how, when you start trading, you have to have a price you're getting out at, and then also a dollar risk amount. You don't want to start risking, again, $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. And then the next step is obeying your stop, because I guarantee that even if you practice for 3 months, 6 months, a year, before you finally want to start trading with your money, first trade you get into, you're all excited, and it doesn't work. Like when I say doesn't work, it starts, the price starts approaching your stop price. So you start thinking, man, maybe that stop was a little too tight. So you start moving it down. Okay, so I moved it down. Now it's at a $100 loss. If I allow myself to be taken out to my so-called new stop, I'm out 167, but you still don't obey it. You keep moving it down. Now you're down, if you allow it to go down to 25.30, you're out $500. You can see what's happening. I mean, and we all go through it. You won't be alone, but we all go through it, second guessing where the stop is, not wanting to believe that the trade isn't going to work. The setup looked awesome. Company had good news today. All the reasons why you won't get out of a trade will start to really inhabit your brain. Okay. So how to counteract that? Well, hopefully, even if you don't have first of all, in the simulator, there's no reason to not obey your stop because it's not your money. Okay, but even if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account so you can do this, your broker will have some way that you can put a stop in like this, okay? You just have to figure out how to do it with your broker, and you just leave your stop in. Okay, it takes all of the emotion out of the trade. You leave your stop in, you get stopped out, and you just move on. You can always get back into the trade. You get stopped out at the beginning. There are a lot of reasons why. Maybe we're just a little bit early. Maybe the market took a turn down for you. There are a lot of reasons. But later on, it could set up again for the same reasons you got into the first time. maybe it sets up. Okay, so that is it, guys. I mean, money management, very, very key to starting out trading. All right, so I do see that there's only one stock that has appeared in my unusually strong options volume, and that's BTU. BTU appeared at 10.45. It's moved a little bit, 7.88. So it's at $8 now, or almost $8 now. So it's on the move. And when you look left, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 987. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Let's take a look though at the weekly. Next high in the weekly is 854. So I mean, this still has some room to go if it wants to. 854 is the next high looking left. I'm not saying it'll stall there, but that's just a kind of a price to be aware of if you're in this one. All right, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So wow, that EGH, what a short that would have been if you had shorts available. What a short! Oh man, almost cut in half from the highs. I mean, it's nonsense that it's up here. Just click X. Just click on the X and it's gone. Okay, Gordon, just click on the X in the upper right-hand corner of any window and it's gone. Make sure you save it to the cloud though, okay? Because you never know when you might want to bring that window back down the road. I do that all the time. I mean, I've got a lot of different scans that I've created over, 10 years, 11 years, whatever. Sometimes I, get tired of a scan, so I delete it from my layout. But sometimes what I'll do is I'll take a look at a scan that I used to like and see how it's going. Gap continuation or reverse is a classic example of it. I used to have this one up all the time. I brought this one back, I don't know, maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, after not using it probably for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. I actually had William. There actually were some shorts available at the beginning of the day. There were a little over 1,000 shorts available for EGH at Interactive Brokers earlier. Look at ARPO. Wow, what a move! So this I know came from here, 153. Look at the volume. 65 million, 44 million in the float. Traded the float about 1.5 times already. And it just got halted. ARPO just got halted. BTU, guys, is over 8 now. Barely, but it's over 8 now. Ooh, what a great gap up and go for IBRX. What's the spread like? Oh man, what a great gap up and go for. I'm just looking here. I mean, you know, I can't pay as much attention to these as I want to because I'm, you know, busy explaining things, but that's fine. But look, if you have this one, look at this. 1662, got up to 1634, fairly steadily. And, you know, it's not a terrible spread, about a 5-cent spread right now. You might want to keep on an eye on ATER also. ATER is another one from the gap up and go. The next high is 1462. Bit of a spread issue. 1407, 1415. Bit of a spread issue perhaps. I guess this was an IPO back here. Yeah, not every single alert, of course, you get from that gap continuation and go. Or the gap continue. And not every single alert, of course, is going to be awesome. But I mean, we seem to get enough, especially if you start looking at the charts and where they could go. You know, looking at that daily, weekly, and monthly to see where they could go. Now look at this one moving. PRQR. Wow, this has got some room. PRQR, not a crazy low float. Where are they out of? The Netherlands, okay? So PRQR. Look at this one moving. 54 million in the float. So again, not a crazy low float. And when you look here, look at the daily chart. So I mean, the next high looking left looks like it's around $7. You know, you can see if it can take out that 706. I mean, look how much room it's got. 950, up to 950. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but man, this has got some room if it can clear 7, and it's not that far away. All right, ARPO just resumed, and on the okay, it popped. This is not shortable for me. Okay, I'm just looking. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I have to kind of put ATER on the back burner just because of the spread. You know, if I see something, I mean, it's 14, 14, 14. So because of the spread, even though it is showing up on the gap up and go, all right, so there's a little bit of chop happening in the market. Look what the SPY did. So remember at the beginning of the day, we had this big, nice move up. Looked like it was going to continue, and it didn't. The sellers took over, but then we even had a big topping tail there. The buyers looked like they were trying to regain control. The sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again to move it higher. The sellers, though, are keep knocking it down, guys. The sellers are in control. They keep, every time the buyers try to move it higher, sellers take over. So it's readily available, Hasham, for what I like. I mean, you can always make changes, of course, but it's readily available for what I like. You know, I mean, all the scans that I've created are, you know, how I like to see things. So, you know, the certain price ranges, volume, and all that. So if you click on my homepage link and go to the scan section, you'll see it. You can load it, called gap continuation or reverse. ABNB, okay. Haven't seen this one for a while. A and B, they had earnings on the 13th, so I guess reaction wasn't great, say the least. But you know, this is a real pandemic trade, isn't it? Oh, okay. So what you're talking about? So the period is over. So the CEO, etc., all the insiders are allowed now to sell their shares. I didn't talk about silver stocks. I mean, I can see right here, silver and gold are couple of top sectors. Yeah, look at silver. Yeah, I mean, silver is just racing. I'm sure gold is doing probably the same thing. So the precious metals, yeah, I mean, the precious metals, metals and mining, also XME. So, you know, top and energy. So even though the market is down, you know, a lot of sectors, but we, you know, obviously we have silver and gold and XME and energy are up. So I haven't talked specifically about silver, no. And again, that's one of the scans that I am sharing, the spider sector list, one of the scans I'm sharing. All right, guys, I'm, let's see, just waiting on some new alerts. I'm not getting anything new. Yeah, Clove is just, I mean, the earnings play, guys. This is almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is down here at 690. So it's almost, what's this low here? Yeah, so I mean, if it takes out 7, I mean, where's it going to, who's going to buy this? It takes out 7. Well, I think there've been enough of them, but the problem can be that the trend isn't there. I mean, IBRX is, was, excellent from the beginning, 1662, but, the trend is certainly not there. It's holding. So you've got to be watching these. This is the one I really thought might have something, the CLSK. But again, it's choppy also. Just choppy. Just checking some of these ones from the watch list down. Again, really nothing happening. I mean, they're just kind of. I mean, Clove obviously from here, if you got involved up here, has been straight down on the 2-minute chart, straight down on the 5, of course, straight down on the 15, and it's an earnings play. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, what I'm doing right now, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Seeing there's, I mean, see this BTX. I don't think, was this shortable for me? Yeah, it was shortable. Okay. Look at this. I don't know. Somebody got a little excited when it had the little pop, but it's short-lived. BTX, absolutely short-lived. Yeah, so now we've got market direction for sure. I mean, look at this. Yeah, so the buyers have been trying like mad, but the sellers are in firm control right now. So boy, shorting tops seems to be the way to go. I mean, it's the way to go almost every day, but I mean, of course, when the market's doing what it's doing, shorting tops. So you see this KXIN. Again, I'm not saying to short this one, but I mean, when you start to see some of these huge moves, they're just not going to last. Boy, look at this straight down on the 2 minute chart for Clover, CLOV, just continuing to move down. Takes out 7. I mean, we're getting close to an all-time low. I mean, who's going to step in and buy this? 689 looks like the all-time low. You're going to step in and buy it, William? Okay. Remember, though, William is only doing this short term. All right, guys. I'm just looking at some other my other monitors to see if there's anything on my thumbnail charts that might be interesting. I don't really see anything that's super interesting. You'll take it at that all-time low, okay? If you do, I'll wish you luck. That won't be me. All right, I will put an alert for BTU just above 8. See if it takes it out again. It doesn't have a ton of room. The next high looking left is 854, so it doesn't have a ton of room even if it takes that out. I don't think I've ever heard of these guys before. MTA, Metalla Royalty and Streaming Limited. Now they're out of Canada. Precious metals, okay, so they're in the right sector. They released earnings. Well, I guess they released earnings. Okay, very few companies released after hours on a Friday. I guess they released after hours on a Friday. But, obviously benefiting from gold and silver being strong this morning. MTA. Just a minute, please. I got to change headsets. Just a second. Okay. Well, guys, this is all I've done so far today, shorting Cala in the pre-market, and I've taken, some out right around the 226 level, kind of holding on just to see if it has a even bigger collapse. That's it. That's all I've done. It's an earnings play, I think, this afternoon, right? After hours? TME? I think it's after hours. At least we have it after hours. Yeah, I wouldn't use it in the pre-market, Ahmed, okay? I just wouldn't use it. I mean, the only way you can do it is each one of them, I believe, has a relative volume filter. I mean, if you're bound and determined, let me just see. Well, okay, first of all, yeah, you can't use it because it's all based on the open, okay? And the market hasn't opened yet. I keep forgetting it. So you can't use it in the pre-market because it all has to do with the gap. The gap is the first print of the day. So until the market opens, we don't know what the print of the day is. Now, if you want to use a gap filter or a gap in the a gap up and down in the pre-market, which is really just based on the previous day's close. You can try this, but do you understand why this cannot be used? It defeats the purpose of it because the gap is the first print of the day once the market opens. Obviously, in the pre-market, the market has not technically opened. Okay? But you can try my, if you go to my homepage, go to the homepage tab, and if you click on, these are the 4 scans I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. Now this is sort of a misnomer, okay? Because the gap is not referring to the first print of the day. It's just referring to the close of the day before. Okay, I know I almost should rename it. Okay, but you can use these 4. You can try this. I do use these in the pre-market to get an idea. I don't trade them typically in the pre-market, but I do get an idea about, you know, what stocks I may want to watch once the market opens. You're talking about to short, Gordon? Well, I guess if you have, I'm assuming you have interactive brokers. You just hover on, right now I'm looking at it, there are no shorts along. If you're in long, well, there's no, depends where you put it. You have a limit order, so obviously it depends on the price. You'd have to look, you'd have to really look to see how many are available. I guess that is one way, I suppose, to use the level 2 data, I suppose. But I'm also looking here, 41.11, 42.38. Absolutely, JB, sure. All right, BTU now above 8 again. Let's see if it can hold this level here. All right, guys, LMRK, a gap down, a gap up and reverse. Let's take a look at this scan from JB. So is this a little bit like Real Scan? The one he created a long time ago, above the Bollinger Band. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see what the. I'm trying to see if I get similar alerts from it. Oh, I forgot I was even in this one on the simulator. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially in this market we're in, you almost got to take profits where you get them. Boy, that GME, 170 now. I'm not in it anymore. Just kind of watching it, I guess. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. So when you're looking at it, JB, are you looking to go long or are you looking to short these? You're looking to short them, I'm assuming. Shorting the tops? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that will probably give more than Reels because Reels is 160% above 160% above the Bollinger Band. You're only 5%, so you're going to get more alerts, I'm assuming. AESE, yes, I'm just seeing it here. Yeah, not very much volume. 121,000 shares, not very much volume. Like a real, what I call putrid reaction to its earnings. Like 12, not even trading normal. It's at 0.12. So I mean, just a really nothing reaction to earnings for AESE. I mentioned this MTA back here probably. I think it tacked on another 40 cents. All right, guys. Well, BTU is giving us something from the option scanner. 788. I mean, a little bit rocky, but 788. But now 817. Again, the high looking left is about 854. So I mean, that is, if you're in this one, that's the area to be aware of. 854. Wow, this BTU really, after the little pullback here, really taking charge here. I mean, you can take a look to see what what alert it came from, Golden Joe, if you really care. I never really care. I just, I just want to see the alerts. I don't really care like why the alert happened. I can tell right off the bat. I mean, it's Holly Neo, but like, does it matter? Does it really matter? I mean, it calls out a symbol because it met all the filter requirements, and so it gives you an entry price, a stop, and all that. Do you really care why it happened? I mean, if you do, then you're going to have this open, the AI slash Holly strategy trades window. I'm sorry, the AI slash the new AI slash Holly strategy window, not the strategy trades window. Okay, and then you can see the alert. You can see where, like, what strategy it came from, if you care. So when you say what filter, again, if you care about where all these alerts are coming from, I mean, you'll see the last one here. If the last symbol that was, but if you want to, okay, if you want strategy, I don't even know because I don't. So for instance, these are these are the strategies that made the cut today out of the AI. Okay, we have the 70 odd strategies, baseline strategy. These are the only ones that have produced anything. So pull back short, putting on the brakes, pull back long, breakout long, pushing the spring, whatever that means, and then nice chart. Okay, these are the only ones. So if you clicked on like pull back short right here, then you'll see the ones that, and there was seal as an example. But I just wouldn't complicate it. I'll be honest, I just wouldn't complicate it. Like, what difference does it make where it came from? But I mean, if you are really determined, then putting on the brakes, you'd have to click on putting on the brakes. You'll see this. You'll see the ones that came from there. Here's pull back long. You'll see the ones that came from there. So just because a strategy made the cut, sometimes nothing will happen from it. But that's why I'm saying don't complicate it, Golden Joe. Don't complicate it at all. That's exactly what I'm saying. Just have this window up and running. Just have this window up and running, and don't worry about where things are coming from. Okay? That uncomplicates everything. Wow, BTU guys, sensational now from the option scanner. Only one today. What a beauty. 788, 830 now. You see what I'm saying, Golden Joe? Like, that, you don't have to complicate it so much. Just have this window, and that's it. Don't worry about, anything else. And again, this is from the toolbar. Click on New AI / Holly Strategy Trades window, and just follow the alerts as they come in. Okay, from the toolbar, click on New. From the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Trades window, trades window, trades window. The scanner, which one? You mean the moving higher? This one, yeah. It is one of the ones available. It's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options. Don't get very many alerts from it. I mean, you know, this is obviously a day, so far only one alert, but don't get too many alerts from it. And that's by design. I put a lot of very tough filters in place. I don't want a lot of alerts from it. So it's called, yeah, Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options right there from my scan section. Okay? All right, well, LMRK is not moving either. So I was kind of thinking maybe that one would move down from the gap up and reverse, but it is not moving. Again, just because we get, you know, an alert from the gap continuation or reverse doesn't mean they're all going to work. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about it, but it's too extended for me now, so it's okay. Or DISCA, yes, I know. DISCA, there we go. I know, but it's too extended for me now. Well, FRSX is on the move here. FRSX, I'm hearing. When I say hearing, this is text to speech for me right here. FRSX. Million. K 1,000, M a million. It's too bad, you know. I'm looking at this summit. I mean, it looks really interesting, but there looks like there's just too much resistance right up here around 640. It's coming from the gap continuation and go, but to me, there's just too much resistance. All right, guys. Well, getting close to my break in about 20 minutes or so, I'll be taking a break. So what I want to do is just put the YouTube room in, or the link to the YouTube room into the room here. So if you do want to head over, when I take my break between 12 and 1, you can head over there. Sean will be there, I'm pretty sure. Sean is more of an options trader. I just want to make sure that it is him today. All right, guys. So the other Wall Street bet stock that you might want to pay attention to is, of course, Mavis, MVIS. You know, it's sort of rallying a little bit today. Meanwhile, GME, oh man, exploding through 170. Look at the volume. It's getting, even the relative volume is getting up there. Okay, so it is Sean. So I just want to go over my options scanner here, okay? Because a lot of people want to trade options. We don't scan for options as such, but this is what we do have. So if I right-click Configure, show you the option filters that we do have. Sorry, do a search and click on and type in options. Okay, so we have a put-call ratio. We have an options volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Options volume today, put and call volume today, and then this one right there, the option volume today %. So what this is doing is, if you put, as an example, 300, you know, 300, which is 300% or a ratio of 3. What would happen is if something has traded on average over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts a day, before you would see that today, it would have to trade 6,000. Okay, so that can help you trade the options. I'm not saying it is, I don't trade options, but Sean is an options trader. So he may go over that a little bit more. Oh, the trade, I have no idea. I honestly, I really, you're talking ASO. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be buying it now. I'd be waiting to see if it settles, my opinion. What is the stop on it? What did they say? What moving average was the stop? Just to make sure it hasn't been stopped out. I doubt if it's been stopped out, but well, I doubt very much the stop got hit for ASO, but I have to read the email. Remember, these are in theory, Longer term holds, though this was a bit of a strange one. They talked about maybe if it broke out over 2 days. But let me see what he did say for the stop. So I don't have the 10 on my chart, the 10-day moving. I think that's the 20. I don't know where the 10-day moving average is for ASO, but I'm sure it did not hit the stop. So I mean, that it's laid out. It didn't hit the stop. You can, of course, you can get out earlier if you want. Ten SMA, okay, yeah. So I have the 20 SMA on my charts. I don't have the 10. Another Wall Street bet stock, guys. Jan, remember this day here when they all went absolutely crazy? This one got up to 32. Crazy low float, 1.65 million in the float. And as for Jan, well, I don't know. William may have taken that Clove long, but this is getting really weak now. Clove is getting super weak. It's basically at the all-time low now. I think the all-time low again is down here. No, I'm sorry. The all-time low is actually 631. I thought this was the all-time low. So, but it's getting closer and closer to the all-time low. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, getting closer to my break. Again, Sean will be there in our YouTube room. Just waiting for him to show up. It's only 11:51, so he'll probably be there just before noon. Yeah, clove looks really, I mean, I don't know what's going to hold this up. I mean, yeah, so the all-time low is about 635. This is just cascading downwards now. And the uptick rule is not in effect yet. It's only down 8%. So it's not in effect yet. Well, here's a case. I mean, a little bit choppy, but here's a case where a couple of analyst upgrades for PLCE really worked this morning. Wow. I don't know. I don't know why the stop price. I mean, it should. I don't know why it wouldn't. If you place a stop and it's showing up, I don't know why it wouldn't show up. You might have to go to tech support. I can't answer that if it's not showing up. Just go to our homepage and ask that question, okay? It's not actually tech support, but I mean it's a general. And if you ask that question, somebody else might be able to help you. I can't. I don't know why. If it's not happening, I don't know why. Oh, yours is a top list, JB. I'm thinking that that was a an alert window that you shared, but it's a top list window. Because I'm wondering, why are these symbols disappearing? Okay. I thought you had some kind of weird sorting that somehow symbols were disappearing that I wasn't aware of within alert windows, but now I understand. Okay. Yes, clove, come on. Just a moment, please. All right, guys. Okay, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. I mean, I don't want to say it's well, it's kind of a choppy day, but I mean, look, it is definitely, the trend is down. Don't like these topping tails and bottoming tails on the SPY though, but you know, the trend is down. But a bit of a choppy day. I'm not saying a lot of stocks that have had great, for me, the ones I'm looking at, great trends. I mean, obviously the CLOV is 1. Come on. It is 1. I mean, for sure. Look, that's a great trend. Great trend. Even on the 2-minute, great trend. Okay, guys, so I'll put the YouTube link in again, just in case you guys want to head over there while I'm on my break. Because I'm anticipating Sean is going to show up any moment now. Ready to roll? That means you're in. You're in there. Okay, I see you, Sean. Okay, great. I'll stop my stream, Sean, so have fun for the hour.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. It's Monday. It's high noon in the east, 9 a.m. on the west, and somewhere in between if you're in between. It's week 2 of the test drive. So I know a lot of you here are taking the Trade Ideas test drive. First of all, thank you and welcome. We appreciate you giving us a test, checking out what the software can do. Secondly, hey, just like any new software, when you see it for the first time, it can often be overwhelming, complicated. So many bells and whistles, so many things to understand. We feel you. The nice thing is Trade Ideas is one of those things where you can kick the tires and you learn more as you go. And we have these live Q&As every day, every trading day, for you to come in and ask your questions and have us walk through on the screen as best we can solutions to your problems. So for the next hour, this is going to be your opportunity to ask software related questions. We're not going to talk about specific stocks necessarily, but you know, if you have any need any help figuring out how to create a certain window or manipulate a window in some way, or to interpret the data, the inputs, the outputs, anything like that. How to save a layout, how to create a layout. Throw those questions into the channel there, into the YouTube questions panel, and we will do our best to tackle them. As I tell everybody at the start of every one of these calls that I do on Mondays, that is, I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't know the answer to everything here on Trade Ideas. So, but I can certainly point you in the right direction to somebody or some place where you can find those answers. And yeah, Golden Joe, I see you. This software can be super overwhelming, certainly. But, you know, let's just take it one step at a time. You know, I always tell people, look, if you're new to Trade Ideas and you don't know where to start, the first thing to do is to build yourself a top list. Build yourself a list of stocks that meet parameters that are important to you, stocks that you like to trade. Now, some of you, maybe you're new to trading, maybe you don't know what types of stocks you like to trade, but you probably have a better handle on what stocks you don't like to trade, right? Like maybe you don't like to trade stocks that are under 10 bucks a share or more expensive than 500 bucks a share, for example. Maybe you don't like to trade stocks that don't have any volume. Maybe you like stocks in a certain market cap. These are all things that you could use a top list to do to filter out the stocks you definitely don't want to trade, so that you're just looking at a window of stocks that meet parameters and could be a good starting point. So to build a top list, we could build one from scratch here. If you go to your TI menu bar up at the top, you go to New. Right here is where you would launch any window that's available on Trade Ideas. Okay, so first things first, any type of feature you want to launch, you would launch it right here. Okay, so I'm going to choose top list window, and that's going to open up this config window. And I'm going to double click start from scratch right here. It's going to put that little orange arrow, meaning I'm basically starting with a clean slate. Now you'll notice there are a bunch of tabs here across the top. The first tab I'm going to go to is the search tab. This is where all the magic happens. All right. This is where you could find any filter, or if this was an alert window, any alert available within Trade Ideas. There are hundreds of them. We don't expect you to hunt and peck scrolling through here looking for specific things that you need. The best thing to do is just use this search terms box and type in a keyword, like say volume. And now you can see all of our filters that are related to volume. So maybe one of the first filters you add is a average daily volume, maybe the 3 months. That's what 3M stands for. And if you want to filter out stocks that don't do a whole lot of trading volume, you would select average daily volume. You click add filter here at the bottom, and that's going to move you over one tab to the Windows specific filters tab. And then highlighted here in blue at the bottom is the filter we just added, and I could put in a value here. So everyone's got a different threshold for what minimum average daily volume is to them. I'm going to say 500,000 shares. So I'm just going to put in 500,000. All right. So I could put a max if I want, but I'm going to leave the maximum open. I'm just going to leave it right there. 500,000 shares has to be the minimum amount of volume that any stock that shows in this window has. And I'm going to go ahead and hit this hide unused button right here. I want to clean up this window a little bit. So I'm just looking at filters that I'm actually using. So I don't know why relative volume stays there, but it does. Now we got average daily volume. Now, if I want to add more filters, let's go back to the search tab and let's type in price, okay? Maybe you don't like trading stocks that are penny stocks, okay? So let's find the price filter. Here it is. I hit add filter, and then I could set a minimum price. Now, me personally, I don't like to trade stocks that are below 10 bucks a share, so I could put 10 bucks in there as my minimum. I could even set a maximum if I wanted. I could say I don't want to trade anything that's over 1,000 bucks a share. Too much, right? And I could check my work. This is what these little magnifying glasses are for. You could check your work. If you click that, it'll tell you in plain English what you've done. Show me stocks with a prices between $10 and $1,000. Great. All right, now we can continue adding filters. And here's the thing, guys. The more filters you add and the stricter the parameters you make them, the fewer stocks you are likely to have appear in your window. And that's a very good thing. That's not a bad thing. Okay? There's 8,000 or so publicly traded securities in North America, US and Canada, where we get our data from. We can't possibly be up to speed on all 8,000 securities. I mean, there's just too much to trade. So you could leverage the power of a top list window to limit your universe to just, 10 or 20 or 100 maybe, whatever's best for you. But just those stocks that you definitely would consider trading if the setup is where you want it to be. That's what the top list can do. So let's add another filter here. I'm going to put in volume again because one filter I love to use is the relative volume filter. Now, you might be wondering, what is relative volume? What does that mean? How is that calculated? What does this ratio mean, right? Whenever you're in this window and you're looking at filters or alerts and you're not quite sure what they do and you want some more color on what it does and what it means, all you need to do is just highlight it like I've done here and then click this help button showing up right here in the bottom left. When you click this help button, it's going to launch a web browser that once it fully loads, it takes a moment, but once it fully loads, It's going to go right to the definitions page, and the specific definition we're looking for will be right there at the top. Here it is, relative volume, and you will get a fairly robust definition telling you all you need to know about that filter, in this case, relative volume. So I'll give you the elevator pitch of what relative volume is. Basically, it's a ratio score. So if I set a relative volume filter at, say, 3 minimum, right? What that means is the stock right now, at whatever time of the day it is, that stock is currently on pace to trade more than 3 times its average daily volume. So if I add this filter, set a minimum of 3, right? That means I'm only going to see stocks that are currently on pace to trade more than 3 times their average daily volume. I could change it to 2, I could change it to 1, I could change it to 10, right? Whatever you want. But I'm going to just put 3 in here. I like to, if I'm going to be day trading stocks, I want to trade the stocks that are seeing an uptick of volume because that's usually where there's some opportunity. Golden Joe, yeah. Sorry that you don't like the way the icons look. Low priority for us at the moment, but yeah, can't please everybody on UI, that's for sure. Okay, I'll add one more filter here. You know, let's say this is just unique to me. Like when I swing trade stocks, I like to trade stocks from the long side. And one way that I could ensure that the wind is in my sails trading stocks on the long side is I like to trade stocks that have that are in an uptrend, in an extended uptrend. And one way that I do that, and there's multiple ways to skin the cat, but I like to look at an SMA, a simple moving average. All right, and I want to see a stock that, if I want, let's choose a change from 50-day SMA. I want to choose a stock that's currently trading above its 50-day simple moving average. So if I use this filter and click Add Filter, and I set a minimum of a minuscule, and I just put like 0.01, what this is going to do is it's going to show me stocks where the price is at least 0.01% above the 50-day moving average. So I want stocks that are above that 50-day moving average. Those are the types of stocks I like to be long. All right. So I'll stop here, but as you can see, I can continue adding more and more filters. And the more filters I add, like I said, the stricter the parameters will become and the fewer stocks that will likely show up in my window. And here's the thing about topless windows. I should have said this at the top. They refresh every 30 seconds. So the topless window will scan the entire marketplace of stocks every 30 seconds and deliver to you in this window all stocks that meet your filter requirements and no stocks that don't. Okay, and they have to satisfy all of the filter requirements, not just one. Okay, it can't just only have north of 500,000 shares traded, but be below $6 a share. It's got to satisfy all of the filters that you have, otherwise the stock won't show up. All right. So I'm just gonna launch this window and show you guys what it looks like. One thing I should do before I get there is these other tabs here. I'll just whip through these quickly. Exchanges always defaults to the New York and NASDAQ exchanges, but you can add bulletin board, pink sheets, the small exchange, and Canadian exchanges if you'd like. I tend to just stick with the big four. Symbol list we can ignore. It's going to scan all symbols. Columns. Now I want to make sure I got some columns set to display in this window so that I, have some interpretable data. Right now it's only going to show me a symbol. That doesn't really help me. I'm going to add these ones down here at the bottom. I'm just going to select them all and hit the left arrow to move them over. And now there they are. So at least I'll have some data points to look at. And then the summary tab just kind of, reviews what you got. You can give this a name. We'll call this a test list. And I'll click OK and launch it, and here it is. Here's my new top list that I just launched. Okay, I could size it, resize it to fit better. I could find a place for it on my screen. If that's where I like it, great. If I want that to stay there, I could save my layout. Let's say this is this is a custom layout that I created, and I want this top list now that I just created to always be here. I just need to go in and hit File in my TI menu bar and hit Save Layout, and this is my default layout, and I could just hit Save. I already have a default layout. If I hit Save, it's going to ask me if I want to replace it, and I'll say yes, and we'll go forward. I'm not going to save it though because I don't want this test list. Okay, let's see. Evolver asks, can I filter by the MACD position? Not an alert because it doesn't have to be a fresh cost. Well, I don't know the answer. Let's check it out. Let's go to this top list. Let's right click to bring up the configure window. Okay, I hit configure. If I go to search, I could type in MACD and see what we got. And bummer, MACD is not available as a filter. So Evolver, that is your answer. You cannot filter by MACD position within trade ideas, unfortunately. MACD is not something I use, so sorry I didn't know that ahead of time. Golden Joe, can you write algorithmic filters like Thinkorswim? You can. We do have what's called custom formulas. You can write custom formulas to be available to you. So if I were to right click in this top list and bring this up again, if I go into the search tab, you see all of our filters. If you can create some custom filters, and they'd be listed all here at the bottom. They look like this. I got a couple customs right here. They say U and a 0 and U1. Those are my first two. So if I kept adding these, they'd become U1, U2, U3, U4. That's user-generated filter. So yes, you can create your own filters. That's some next level stuff there that goes above my pay grade. But I can find a doc for you to help you with custom filters. I'll find the link here and share it with you just a sec. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to share a link to you in the chat. Custom formulas. Okay, so here's the link. It's in the chat there. Custom formulas. If you click on that link, there's a PDF available at that link, which is a help doc for creating custom formulas, which is a good place to start and should help you out. But if you run into any snags on that, Golden Joe, it's best to send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and one of our formula experts will be able to chime in and help you. I'm not one of the formula experts, so that is one of my limitations. My brain does not think in code, unfortunately. I wish it did. So folks, one thing that I like to do in these Q&A sessions while I have the time is you'll notice I have a Brokerage Plus window open here, and I have a number of open positions, many of them showing open profits, as you can see in this column here. Now, before you get excited and look at all my open profits and say, oh, wow, Sean, you're a hero trader. Well, I am demoing the simulated trading account. You can see right here, connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. So these are not actual trades, although they would have worked with real money, same way, same process. But I am demoing the simulated trader, which is available to everyone on Trade Ideas, by the way. I would encourage you to play around with this. If you have a Interactive Brokers account or a E-Trade account, you can now connect those accounts to Trade Ideas and send trades direct from the Trade Ideas platform using this Brokerage Plus module into your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Pretty cool, right? But this is the simulated trading account, and it works exactly the same way. And every one of these trades that I am in for swing trades, these are all trades that were done by the Holly AI engine. So you'll notice in the channel bar, if you're seeing this for the first time, there's a few channels here for Holly. There's Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, the Neo AI. Basically what I do, elevator pitch, is I go through all the trades that the AI did every day, and I hand select the ones that I like that look, have a good chart set up for a possible swing trade. And I'm comfortable doing that because I know that if Holly has identified a catalyst to get into a trade today in a stock, I know that that catalyst has the potential to push a stock for several days or several weeks if I'm lucky. those catalysts don't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading, because the Holly engine is basically built for day trading. So every one of these trades was a trade that Holly AI had gotten into on the day in which I entered these trades. I usually do these trades. You'll notice the timestamps on all these timestamps, like 1:30, 1:15, 1:20. I'm in the mountain time zone. I'm in Colorado. The market the market closes at 2 p.m. my time. So I generally do all these trades in the last hour of the day. Why? Nothing special about the last hour. It's just by the last hour of the day, Holly has usually gotten into all the trades she's going to get into by then. And so I could just go down the list and look at all the trades. I mean, sometimes she'll put a trade on in the last 30 minutes if there's an opportunity that presents itself, but it doesn't happen very often. So one thing I'm going to do here, I want to show you guys, is in all my open trades, I just clicked on new, NUE. This is my biggest open winner at the moment. You'll notice in this daily chart here, you'll see a red line. What is that? That's my working stop loss order on this trade. I've got a working stop loss at 88.51. Stock's currently trading north of 104. But my current stop loss is at 88.51. And this number right here shows me how much profit I'll walk away with if my stop loss were to get hit at that level. I'm currently sitting on 1,300 plus of open gains, right? You can see right here. But if my stop loss were to get hit, the stock were to roll over and I got exited at 88.51, that's how much I would walk away with. Still a win, right? Pretty nice. Now, what's even cooler is if I want to adjust my stop loss, all I need to do is just grab this line and drag it. And look at that. I can move my stop loss up. Now my stop loss level's at 94.64. And that's what I'll walk away with in profit if I get hit. Okay? As a swing trader, I like to move my stops up in the direction of the trend. I definitely don't go the other way. Okay? But this is something I do. So I go through this every week and I adjust my stops. I look for obvious levels of support. I'm a very visual trader, guys. I've been trading for 23 years. And I don't like to overcomplicate things. I just like to look for obvious levels of support and resistance. And I don't want to overthink it. So I'm just looking for that. And I'm going to move up. I'm just going to go through all my open positions and drag up my stop loss orders. Now, last week was a good week, right? For some of these trades, we had some volatility last week, as you all remember, but that volatility helped create some new support levels, which I like. And so I'm just going to drag not all of them, but I'm going to drag many of my stop loss orders up to either lock in some profits or minimize potential losses. And it's real easy to do that. This is the greatest thing for me. I mean, the other guys here will argue about different things about Brokerage Plus, but for me, as a swing trader, this is how I would use Brokerage Plus, and I think this is fantastic. It's a fantastically easy, intuitive, visually easy way to manage your open positions. Okay, so I'm almost done here. Let's just finish these all up. And again, guys, this is a simulated trading account, so let's not get carried away. But I would manage, and this workflow would be exactly the same if these were live positions with real money on the line. The process is exactly the same. That's the great thing about this simulator. You could practice on the simulator, and once you're comfortable with the simulator and how it works and what all the buttons do and all that, then it makes it real simple to make the leap to trading with real money. And I would encourage everyone, if you are going to use Brokerage Plus to trade with real money, I would encourage every single one of you, I don't care what your level of experience is with trading or with trade ideas, spend a week or two demo trading, simulated trading on the simulator so that so there's no surprises for you when you go into real money. Okay, last one. Okay, wow, I adjusted stops on most of those positions. That doesn't happen very often. Okay, Neil wants to know, what's the status of integration of Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus with Thinkorswim? Unfortunately, I don't have an ETA on when that's available. It's been in development for a while, and we were very close. We had a working version of it. It wasn't available to the public, but we had a working version of it, but unfortunately, it was very buggy, and we certainly don't want to roll it out if it's going to cost people money. So we're working through some bugs, working through some snags with Thinkorswim, and Unfortunately, I'm not a developer, so I can't tell you, but I do know that there is no ETA at this time, but it is actively being worked on, Neil. And I know there's many of you who've been waiting a long time for it. And so have we. And it's frustrating, but hey, it's more frustrating losing money because something doesn't work right. So we want to make sure it works right before people start banging on it. All right, folks. Let's see. We have 93 people here in the room right now. That's 20 more than when I started. So for those of you who missed my preamble at the beginning, this is live Q&A session. We do these every day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And the content here is going to be driven by you, the watchers. Anyone who has any questions, throw them in here. Whether it's a beginner level question or an expert level question, no mind, no worry. Just throw it in. We'll do our best to tackle it. I promise you, if you got a question about a feature on Trade Ideas, there's no doubt somebody else who would benefit from that answer. And you know what, guys? Like I said, we do these every day. Even when the test drive is over, we still do these every day at noon Eastern. And if you got the bandwidth, if you got the time and you don't mind listening to us, we have different people on every day. I usually do Mondays, and then Steve Gomez usually does Tuesdays, and Michael Noss, our AI expert, usually does Wednesdays, and Jamie Hodge does Thursdays, and Andy Lindloff does Fridays. Occasionally Chris Farley gets thrown into the mix to mix it up a little bit. But basically you get different people every day and different perspectives and different trading experiences. And so if you got the bandwidth and the time and you don't mind hanging out with us every day or whenever you can, because I promise you someone at some point is going to ask a question that you didn't know that you could do on our platform, or you didn't know that that feature could be used in that way. And who knows, it might uncover your next great trading opportunity. So why not, right? Couldn't hurt. And certainly you guys can stay on this YouTube channel all trading day long every day, because when we're not doing the live Q&A at noon Eastern, the rest of the time we're simulcasting our free live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. I know many of you came here from there already today, so you're already familiar with Barry. Barry is a real trader trading real money using Trade Ideas software to inform his decision making all day long. So you basically have the ability to look over the shoulder of a professional doing what he does. It's pretty cool. And Barry is very educational, very patient. You could ask questions of Barry. He's got a lot of people in the room, both on YouTube and in the actual trading room, several hundred people. So might not be able to answer all of your questions, but he is a very patient man and a wonderful human being, and he does his best to answer wherever he can. Excuse me while I take a sip of coffee and read Golden Joe's question. I actually need to make a trade here too in my other screen. See what's going on in the market here. A little bouncy bounce. S&P's been trading down most of the day, but getting a little bit of a bouncy bounce happening. Yes, we are. So excuse me one sec, folks. We're all traders here at Trade Ideas. Well, maybe not everybody, but certainly the people you interact with in these Q&As and webinars, we're all traders, and I'm trading as we're talking here. So market's moving, gotta make a little adjustment. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so back to here. Golden Joe, maybe I'm a little too beginner oriented in terms of trading. That's okay. You would like to see more on how to use Trade Ideas to make serious plans. Well, that's a very broad question there, Joe. But I think what you might find valuable, and I think all of you would find valuable, is if you have a Trade Ideas premium subscription. Even if you have, well, let's just start with the standard. Anybody can do this. you might want to play around with building strategies. And when we say building strategies, strategy is a word we use interchangeably with alert window. Okay, see these A alert windows? An alert window is a strategy because an alert window gives you a real-time alert when something happens based on whatever triggers you have set. And that's an actionable item that can be traded. So I've got an alert window over here, bottom right corner of my screen. It's all-time highs alert window. So you can see the timestamps here. Basically, I'm getting alerted anytime a stock prints a new all-time high. Now, I have this set on don't repeat, which I would encourage people to use. If you go to properties and you see I've got don't repeat, I got it set so I only get one alert per stock per day, right? Like let's say a stock XYZ is making all-time highs. I don't need to get an alert every penny of the way up, right? If it makes a new all-time high at $100, I don't need to also be alerted at 101 and 102, 102 and 2 cents, right? I just need, for me, I just want to see one alert per day so that I know, hey, this stock is making new all-time highs today. And this is something that you can trade, okay? It's a strategy, Joe. And once you've built an alert window that does something, has an alert, which by the way, let me right click and go to configure real quick, show you under the hood. If I go to the select alerts tab, you'll see I've got an active alert selected, new highs, okay? And then I go to my window specific filters tab, and one of my filters I have here is position and lifetime range, minimum of 100. So what does that mean? It means the stock is currently trading higher than it's ever traded. And then so when I get an alert of a new intraday high, this box is blank, so it's going to be an intraday high, but I'm only getting alerted on stocks making an intraday high that are also, above their lifetime range. So that is what a all-time high would be. Okay. So this is a strategy. And what you might find interesting, Joe, and this is for everybody, is you can run back tests on these strategies, okay, to see if this strategy has any merit. And then you could tweak it to make it a little better. So check this out. If I right click in this alert window, see this option right here, back test strategy? If I click back test strategy, this can open up our odds maker window. There's a number of tabs here. You'll want to work through all the tabs. A reminder, I mentioned this earlier, but the market for me opens at 7:30 in the morning and closes at 2 p.m. Because I'm in the mountain time zone. So I can set my strategy to take trades at any time during regular trading hours. I could set a time to exit if I want. I'm not going to do that for this particular strategy. I can go to my risk management tab and figure out how I want my stops and or profit targets to be. And I'm going to use exit in terms of percentage, okay? So I'm going to place a check in the enable stop loss box, and I'm going to set my stop losses at, because I'm more of a swing trader, I'll say 5%, okay? So my stop loss on any trade I get in will be 5%. I could enable a profit target if I wanted, just place a check in that box and maybe set a profit target of 10% just to be double my risk. I'm going to turn that off though. I don't like using profit targets. If something's working, I want to give it every chance to make me money, right? So I'll just have the stop loss. Advanced, I'm not going to spend any time here. This is next level stuff, but you could have advanced exits like a trailing stop based on some strategies. But I'm not going to get you guys lost in that. But here's the test days. The maximum amount of days you can go back on the back test is 64 days. That's 64 trading days. So essentially it's 3 months or 1 quarter. Now, I can hear some of you swing traders out there saying, what? I can only back test 3 months? That doesn't give me all the data I need. And we agree with you. We agree with you. This back tester, when it was originally developed, it had day trading in mind. So for people who are doing active day trading strategies. And so 3 months of a day trading strategy was plenty of data to figure out a system. We are working at getting a larger data set for swing traders so that we can have, maybe a full year's worth of data to back test or a full decade of data to run on a back test. But we don't have that available right now. So right now you're limited to 3 months, but that's okay. It's going to give you a good idea whether or not the strategy is going to work. Here's the summary. It just kind of gives you some summary tabs. But once you got everything the way you want it to go, then to run the back test, you hit simulate buy. Since this is a long buy strategy, right? We're buying all-time highs. We're going to do simulate buy. I'm going to click that, and that's going to launch the back tester. Now it's going to take a few moments. You can see the progress here. It's running. These, I don't know why these lines go this way during this time. They never match up with the final result. It seems to be for show. But once it's done, all the data will pile up here. Here we go. And now you can see the equity curve if one were to employ this trading strategy. Now, we got some huge numbers in here. Starting equity of $100 million. Probably not gonna be trading with $100 million account, but maybe I'm trading with 100,000. That seems a little bit more realistic for many of you. So let's just kind of refigure those numbers. Change the numbers there. Yeah, share size. Like, look, you could customize a lot of this stuff, right? You could do a straight 100 shares on every trade. You can invest a certain, amount of dollars per trade. But let's just do share size, 100 shares. Commission, wow. I don't know where these numbers came from. No one's paying those numbers, I hope. Let's do something a little bit more realistic, say a dollar per trade. And this really is just kind of where you can fudge slippage. But I'm going to change all these numbers here, and let's just run it again so we can get some more realistic numbers here. But here's the thing, Joe, is when you run this test, and I do this all the time when I'm thinking about building alert windows, or I am building alert windows, I want to see if they have any credibility. I will run a back test just to give me an idea, like, hey, does this thing have merit? I don't need it to be perfect, and I'm not going to auto trade my strategy, but I want to just kind of give a sense of am I heading in the right direction? Because what's going to happen here is once this is finished, and for some reason it slows down in the last percent. Come on, there you go. Almost done. Pop it up. There we go. So here's my equity curve. Started with a $100,000 account, and look, 3 months into this back test, this thing lost a lot of money. Now, I don't care about the actual terms, but what I do want to observe is that my equity curve is going from the upper left to the bottom right. So maybe just blindly buying any old stock making an all-time high is not the best strategy. Okay? So that's information for me that I can use. If I see that, then I'm like, okay, I'm way off base, back to square one, start over. On the flip side, if I have a back-tested strategy that, it's got an equity curve that goes up and to the right, that is really encouraging. That tells me, okay, I'm onto something here. Now, I'm not going to take those numbers as gospel. I'm not going to say, oh, wow, this thing made 20% on my money over the last 3 months, so I can expect to make 20% every month going forward. No. That's not what I'm thinking. All I'm thinking is if the back-tested results are positive, then hey, I'm onto something here. This is worth exploring and worth digging into. And then you could use this tool to go in and optimize these strategies. I'm not going to get into it now. This is expert level stuff that can lose a lot of you beginners, so we won't talk about it now. But we do have a lot of videos about using the optimizer to create and optimize and make your strategies better. If you go onto our YouTube channel and search odds maker or back tester, you'll find a bunch of videos that really dig into the nuts and bolts. I know when Jamie does the Q&As on Thursday, Jamie's pretty smart about the back tester. He can give you all kinds of tricks of the trade on that. All the guys have some level of expertise with the odds maker. I'm probably the least expertise on it. I just kind of use it as a broad overview for me to help me know if I'm in the right direction. Again, I'm a simpleton, guys. Trade ideas can be as complicated as you want to make it. I like to keep it uncomplicated. Okay, I see some questions came in or some comments. Let me catch you up here. Market Stocks gives Barry 2 thumbs up. Thanks, Market Stocks. Okay, Neil's got a good question about the Holly AI. He sees that. Let's pull up the AI channel or one of the AI channels. So he's asking about the conservative, moderate, and aggressive profit scores. So you'll notice here in this window here, This shows all the strategies that are active today within the Holly Grail channel. And you'll notice there are 3 scores here: aggressive, moderate, conservative. And if I toggle through right here, I can see the different P&Ls of the different ones, right? All negative. Not a great day for the Holly AI. It doesn't win every day. No strategy does. If you find me a strategy that wins every day, I'll give you all my money. Anyway, I digress. There are 3 different profit scores. So Neil wants to know, what is that? What does that mean? Great question. Oh, just got Phil. That's nice. Okay, so conservative profit, what that basically means is if you took every trade that Holly got into today, so you got in when she got in at the same price or similar price to when she got in, then, and you got out when she got out, then that is what your P&L would be. So in this case, you'd be down $61. So if you took every trade when she got in and you got out when she got out, that's what the conservative means. It's conservative because the AI is actively taking risk off the table, okay? Holly will get out of a trade for one of 5 reasons, okay? The first 2 are obvious. If a stock hits the stop loss, she's out, right? That makes sense. Every trade that Holly puts on has a stop loss. The other reason she'll get out is if the stock hits a profit target. Every trade she puts on has a profit target. Okay, that's great. Those are easy. Now the other 3 are a little bit more complicated. They're different for every strategy. For each unique strategy has unique parameters, but the other 3 reasons are one's called risk. Profit save. Okay, what that basically means is a stock, let's say the stock was up $2. I'm not talking about $2 in your P&L, but like the stock price went up $2. That strategy for the Holly AI might say, all right, well, if a stock's up $2 and it gives back $1 of that open profit, that's as much as I'll let it go, and it'll close the trade. And so it's kind of, it's saving your profit. Another algorithm is reduce risk. The best way to explain reduce risk is, let's say Holly gets into a trade in a stock that's been moving up or down, like 15, 25 cents, every 5-minute candle. That's kind of been its MO all day. She gets into the trade, thing does what it does for a little while. Then all of a sudden the stock rips higher by $2 and then sells off by $1.50 and then screams higher by $3. The stock has just completely changed character. Well, Holly will look at that and say, well, this is not the same stock I got into. It's not acting the same way. Win or lose, I'm going to close this position down to reduce my risk. This trade has become more risky. So that's the 4th reason she'll get out of trade. And the 5th and final reason is every trade has a ticking time clock, a time stop. Some strategies will only hold a trade for 30 minutes. Some strategies will hold trades for 4 hours, and many in between. And basically the AI will say, all right, if it hits its time zone, in fact, check this out. If I open this up a little bit, let's stretch this out. You can see time until exit. These 2 trades that she has on right now, she's getting out 3 hours left until that time stop is hit. And so when that time expires, Holly will say, all right, well, it hasn't hit any of my other 4 reasons why it should get out of the trade. So I'll just exit it here. This must be dead money. No good. Let's just put our money into safekeeping and look for new opportunities. So all of that is happening within the conservative mode or the conservative profit, right? So those are the reasons why Holly will get out of a trade, and this would be your P&L today if you had gotten into and out of every trade that Holly got into. Now, moderate mode is a little easier to understand. Moderate basically means you get in with Holly when she gets in, right? So you buy at the same time and same price or as close to that as possible. But instead of getting out when she gets out, you're going to hold that trade all day until the end of the day, and you're going to exit at the market close. You're not going to hold it overnight. You're just going to exit the trade at the closing of trading that day. Now, one caveat, it will still honor the stop loss. We don't want to let any stocks get away from us. The math doesn't work if you start taking big losses. So with the moderate profit mode, your stop loss will be honored. But other than that, if the stop loss is never hit, then it's going to hold the trade all day and exit at the close. So if that's what you were doing and you got into all these trades so far, there's only been 3. One of them's closed already. You can see the closed trades down here. this CRIS has been closed. But if you were operating in moderate mode, you would still be holding this CRIS trade and letting it ride. That's what moderate mode means. Aggressive mode, which I do not recommend anyone do it. No, I don't think anyone here recommends anyone do it, but that is just kind of there as a data point for you. That's showing you what your P&L would be if you got in to every Holly trade when she got in and you're holding it no matter what. The stock could completely tank. The stock could go to zero and you're holding it the whole way and then exiting at the close. That's what your profit would be there. Some people find that useful just as kind of a measuring stick to measure their performance, but I don't recommend anyone kind of use that as their trading methodology. So Neil, I hope that answers your question. If you need any more color on that, just come on in. Alex, good question. He says, is there a way to backtest the results of any of the screeners? And by screeners, I assume you mean top list. And no, you cannot run a backtest on a top list because a top list is not a strategy. All a top list does is just shows you right now all stocks that satisfy your parameters, whatever they may be, at this moment in time. It doesn't mean anything's necessarily happening in that stock. The stock could be doing nothing, going sideways, and totally dead money, but it satisfies all of your filter requirements. Now that said, Alex, you can't run a back test on a top list, but you can go back in history at any moment in time and see what stocks appeared in your top list at that time. So I've got a top list right here. We'll use this. This is the top list is showing me the change since the open. It's the opening print. So since the opening print this morning, BTU opened at, I don't know, 655 it looks like. It's up 27% just from today's opening print. Pretty nice move. Now this is a top list. Now I could go back in time and see what stocks appeared on this list at any time. So if I right click in this window and go to time frame and choose use historical date, I can set the time. I could say I wanted to check, what was it at 8 a.m. And again, I'm in the mountain time zone, guys. So this would be 30 minutes after the market opened. I could do it today. I could check a different date if I wanted, but we'll just use today. I'll hit OK. And it's going to show me what stocks appeared at the top of the list at 8 o'clock this morning. BTU was still near the top of the list. It was only up 12.5% at that time. But the stock at the top of the list at 8 o'clock this morning was ITI. And that kind of makes sense. If you look at this chart, this thing had a nice run up until right about 8 o'clock is when it turned around. So that was the leader out of the gate at 8 o'clock this morning. So that's not a back test, Alex. But you can go back in history and plug in the times by going the time frame and use historical date and see what stocks appeared on that top list at any time. Okay, now I'm going to go back to real time. Time frame, go live. There we go. That was a good question, though, Alex. I hope I answered it to your satisfaction. Let me know if not. Neil, you're good. All right, great. Golden Joe, that's a good question. We get this question a lot with the back testing. Is there a way to go back and just trade the day in real time? So basically you want like a replay of the day. So you want to go back in time and then like watch the day unfold. Unfortunately, we don't have that capability. I know some platforms do. I know Thinkorswim does. There's a few others, but unfortunately we don't have that capability to replay a trading day. That would be really cool, and I hope that's something that we have down the road. It's possible. We're always looking to add new features, but no, we don't have that. Sorry, Joe. I wish we did. It'd be really cool. Tofi, how are the option screening searches in TI? Trade Ideas is built for stock traders. We don't really have a powerful data set for options traders. It's not built for options trading. If I go to top list and go in my search tab here and type in options, you'll see the totality of our options data. It's not very robust. It's really just centered around total options volumes. Like you're not going to see any strike specific data, any expiration specific data, any spreads data, any volatility data, all things that a professional options trader wants to have. You're not going to have that in Trade Ideas. We're not built for that. We are built for equities traders. But we do have some options volume that can offer you some color. And look, I'm an options trader, so I still find benefit in using trade ideas. Trade ideas is great. Look, if you're a directional options trader, if you're looking to put on directional bets using options, so what I mean is, like if you're bullish, you want to buy calls. If you're bearish, you want to buy puts. And you want to ride a momentum trade, well, you would use trade ideas the same way a stock trader would. You would use it to help you find stocks that are on the move. You would just then go and make an options trade based on whatever data you found. Now, one little thing you might want to use, and I use this all the time, is options volume, this filter. If you use this filter, let's add the filter here, and I put a minimum of 1, then that's going to basically filter out all stocks that don't have options, right? I don't want to be, if I'm looking to make options trades and I'm building a top list or an alert window in trade ideas, I don't want to get alerted on stocks that I can't trade, right? I want them to be optionable. So if you set the bare minimum of 1, that's at least going to filter out all stocks that don't trade options at all. Now, you probably know if you're an active options trader, there are a lot of stocks that have listed options, but not all of them are very liquid. So they're available, but they're not very liquid, which means they have really large bid-ask spreads. So you might want to play around with this and set a minimum options volume of, 1,000 or 10,000, depending on what types of stocks you like to trade. You could play around with that, but that would be useful to you if you're looking to make options trades. Real good question. Do the different Holly versions find the same or different stocks based on aggressiveness? Yes, all 3 channels do find different stocks. Now sometimes, and it does happen occasionally, sometimes the Holly Grail strategy and the Holly Neo strategy might get triggered into the same stock, sometimes at the same time or sometimes at different times, but certainly both on the same day. It does happen, and each trade will be treated independently. But in most cases, the different channels are looking for different things and finding different opportunities. So they rarely overlap, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Now, for those of you who don't know anything about Holly, basically the Holly Grail channel, this was our original AI. It's the first one we launched back in January of 2017. That was the original. Later on, a couple of years later, we added Holly 2.0, which is basically just a more aggressive version of Holly Grail. It has a little bit more, you can expect a more volatile return stream. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means if you want to go for higher gains, you're going to have to accept a little bit higher volatility. That's the price of admission in trading. And then Holly Neo is a little bit different in that Holly Neo is always running the same 4 strategies every trading day. Whereas these two have different strategies every day based on what's working in the market right now. The Holly Neo only trades the same 4 strategies. And also, for those of you who don't know, the Holly Grail and the Holly 2.0, there's a bucket of something like 75 strategies that it can draw upon every day. Now, every day it is only going to have somewhere between 5 and 15 strategies active, depending on what's working in the market right now. But those strategies will change from day to day based on what's working, right? We want to be in the strategies that are working and not in the strategies that aren't, right? That's kind of the power of the AI, to be able to determine that for you. But the Neo AI is always the same 4 strategies every day. And I'll show you what those are. Let's click on that channel real quick. Those 4 strategies in Neo are the breakout long, pullback short, pullback long, breakdown short. And a little inside baseball here, the guys here at Trade Ideas who actively trade Holly, who actively day trade using Holly signals, they prefer the Holly Neo channel. Now, it is the most aggressive of the 3, so you have to be comfortable with a little bit more risk. But if you are comfortable with a little bit more risk, you can expect better returns over the long run. Maybe not on a day-to-day basis, but over the long run, yes. At least that's been the experience so far. So great questions, everybody, coming in. I'm going to let you know that this Q&A session is going to end at the top of the hour here, so I got about 8 minutes left to hang out with you. But fear not, you can stay on this channel. I'll be passing it back to Barry in the live trading room, and he'll take you guys into the close. So just stay right where you are if you want. And as a reminder to those of you who join late, we do these every trading day at noon Eastern. We pop in here, we do a live Q&A where all we want to do is cover features of the platform and answer your questions if you have any. Hopefully you do, otherwise it makes for a pretty boring, dull hour. Generally, we find that we get a lot of questions, so it hums along pretty well. We do this every day. So welcome to those of you who are on the test drive. We're glad you're here. I hope you're finding it inspiring, the software. I know it's challenging if it's the first time you're seeing it. There's a lot to do here, but you don't have to figure it all out in the first day or the first week. But if you find a couple things that work for you, that's where the magic happens. I'll relate a little story. I tell this anecdote a lot, but I first started as a Trade Ideas employee. I was a Trade Ideas customer for many years. I started as an employee back in 2017, and early on I had a conversation with a longtime customer who'd been with Trade Ideas since the beginning, Trade Ideas has been around since 2003, by the way, guys. So what are we, 19 years into business now? 18? I forget my math. But I was talking to a longtime customer, and he told me, he said, Sean, in the years I've been with Trade Ideas, they've rolled out so many cool features. When Trade Ideas first launched, all it was an alert window and a top list. Those are the only features you had available. There was no charts, there was no AI, there was no single stock window like this. There was no brokerage plus. It was just an alert window and a top list, and that's all you could do on Trade Ideas. And this longtime customer said to me, he said, Sean, all these new filters and all these new features are really, really cool. But you know what? If you took away my alert window, my one alert window that I use, and my one top list that I use, if you take those two things away, I am completely lost. I won't be able to trade. So he told me, he's like, or what I can infer from that is, look, once you find that one thing or two things on Trade Ideas that make you a better trader or help you find better ideas, you're good. That's worth the price of admission all by itself. Everything else is just gravy, right? The back testing is gravy. The AI is gravy. The ability to auto trade your strategies if you build strategies, that's gravy, right? If you find that one thing that you like that makes the difference between you being profitable or not profitable, or you being more profitable than you were, then it's all worth it. Thanks, Neil. I appreciate that. Real, I can tell you, yes, do the seasoned traders that trade Holly alerts do consistently well with it? Well, I can't speak for the other guys, but they all seem to be pretty happy lately, so I'm going to infer that they're doing well. I know Michael uses Holly to trade fairly regularly. I know Steve and Andy and Jamie play around with it from time to time. Varley does it. I can't speak for them. I don't know, but they seem to be happy with the results. I know Barry uses it to find some ideas as well. You can ask Barry when we pass the room back to him in 5 minutes, see what he says. But that brings up a good point. And let me find the link for you here, guys. We have a link where we broadcast the performance of the Holly AI, where it's free to, or anyone can see it. Here it is. I'm going to type it in. Holly AI performance. So there's the link if you want to go there yourself. It's in the chat room. I will bring it up here so you guys can see it. For those of you who don't want to be bothered clicking the link, here it is. You can see the various channels. So here's the Holly Grail. Oops, get this off. Since inception, or actually no, this just goes back to the beginning of 2019. So you're seeing a year and a half, no, 2.5 years of data. Up and to the right, been choppy lately, but still up and to the right. Holly 2.0, similar. Holly Neo, much better. Again, I was talking about the guys here tend to prefer Holly Neo, and here's a good example why. And these results are basically based on risking $100 per trade, as you can see right here. So that all positions are sized such that, wherever the stop loss level is on each trade, positions are sized so that if they were to lose, they would lose $100 per trade. So that's So if you had a $50,000 account and you risked $100 per trade, this is the results you would have expected to see using Holly Neo. So hope you guys find that link useful or inspiring or educational or enlightening. Jay, you don't have ability to access charts. Well, you would launch a chart window by going in your TI menu bar, hitting new, and clicking chart window. Just would launch a new chart window. If that's not working for you, Jay, that tells me one of two things. That tells me you're not logged in to the proper account that permissioned you for the test drive. You might need to log out and log back in with the username and credentials that were sent to you when you signed up for the test drive. If that doesn't work and you're still not able to launch any windows, there's probably an easy fix to that. You're gonna have to just come into our live chat and one of our technicians will troubleshoot with you. Just go to our website, trade-ideas.com, and you'll find the help button somewhere in the bottom. Here, let's pull it up here. If I go to our website, trade-ideas.com, once this window loads up, you will see a support button. Give it a sec. Here it is. See this questions and answers button? If you click this, you can find your way into the ask right here, and you can find our live chat people. Here it is, chat. And you can see a lot of people are logged in to help you with the live chat. All right, hopefully that helps you. All right, folks, we are at the top of the hour here, so I'm going to be passing it back here to Barry. Let me just make sure Barry's around. And once Barry's ready to go, we will. I'll pass it back to him. And just as a reminder, once again, I know I'm repeating myself, but every day, noon Eastern, come on back. We do these live Q&As every day. Even when the test drive is over, we do these every day, every trading day. So come on in, get your questions answered. We will always do our best to answer those questions for you. Okay, Barry is on. He's ready. I'm going to sign off, everybody. Take care. Happy trading to you. Best of luck, and I'll see you on the other side. Take care. Back to you, Barry.
I mean, people do, but you don't need to. Okay, guys, Sean, are you out? Okay, thank you, Razak. Is the bullish market? We won't know until tomorrow, okay? Regarding the bullish market officially over. All right, come on, Clove. Just keep one more leg down, one more big leg down. Get closer and closer to that 631. Just as you guys were leaving, as I was leaving, I just want to show you from the YouTube guys, we had an alert. Unfortunately, I was just took my break as it was happening. NVVE, right there on the option scanner. Price was 10.45, and look what it got up to, 13.02. Unfortunately, I was on break. But you don't need to put a target, though. Right? You don't have to put a target on anything if you don't want to, right? I mean, Whew, coin. Yeah, Bitcoin at 42 now. Wow. Yeah, look at this. Look at coin. Oh, man. Yeah, the first day when it was up to 430. Well, I'll do a dance around my computer if it gets down to those levels real. Oh, okay. Bernd, hello. All right, guys. Well, this is kind of coming back, but I don't know about this FF. The spread is 6 cents right now. It really has to tighten up. The problem with stocks like this, the spread can tighten up and then it can get really wide again, just like that. So I just don't know about this one. Man, I said this earlier, but what a reaction to a couple of upgrades for PLCE. This is not an earnings play because I have earnings on the 20th, but what a reaction. Actually, there are a bunch of upgrades. I saw 2 upgrades, but I'm seeing about 4 or 5 more. Wow. Well, it really depends on the price too, Grapple. I mean, if I look at Facebook just for fun, I'll look at Facebook. Facebook has actually for Facebook, it's got a pretty tight spread, like 6 cents, typically. But if the price is what one we're looking at, the FF, it's only a $16 stock. The problem is, I mean, right now you look at it and it's 4 cents. The problem is when you kind of watch it for a bit, you can see that it can widen to 16 cents and down to 17 cents, down to 3 cents, things like that. So it's kind of erratic. I mean, for me, it's a little bit of trial and error. Okay, I don't want to say that. Well, if I saw a stock with a spread of 10 cents, I'd probably shy away from it right now. Okay. Now within IB, I can stick a bid in midpoint. I might get a fill. Don't necessarily. The other thing is, it depends how active it is. I mean, if it's a really high relative volume, sometimes a 10-cent spread, even on a $16 stock, if it's really racing, it won't really matter. So I can't tell you. There's no hard and fast rule. I think a lot of people, though, will say if it's outside of 5 cents, that, shy away from it. You'll know it when you become an experienced trader, you'll know it when you see it. How's that? You kind of get a feel for, the spread. It's not so much the spread when you see it, it's if watching it for a while and you see the spread jumping up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not a lot of confidence. Doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. But looking at it right now, that's not bad. I mean, 1636, 1639, 3 cent spread. I mean, that's not terrible at all. So the spread is tightened up, and it's tightened up for the last little while. But Fossil's having another retailer having a great day. Fossil, Fosl. And looking left on the monthly chart for Fossil, and the high is 1386, so it's getting close to last month's high. Takes that out. I mean, it's got some room, like a lot of room. Look at the high the month before was 1940 or so. Yeah, I was surprised actually to see T-Mobile up. Oh, sorry, not T-Mobile. AT&T up so much in the pre-market on that merger news. Right. I read something about that briefly about the dividend being reduced. Okay, I'll get my tires. All right, guys. Well, I had to make sure I didn't have my sound icon turned off. I'm getting absolutely no new alerts right now. PSTG, haven't seen Pure Storage for a while. PSTG. Earnings coming up May 26th. See, look at the spread of ATER, 1321, 1337 as an example. See, even I wanted to try to short that. I mean, maybe I get it in between, but the spread is just too high, too much. You know, look at the relative volume, low also, another clue. You know, relative volume is low, only 0.68. I mean, it's only trading, not even trading normally. So when you see something's not even trading normally and a big spread, I usually will shy away. And I'm talking about it because it was on the gap continuation. Yeah, Siri, remember, it's my layout from the channel, all you're getting are these three windows. It's not my entire layout, okay? It's not the layout, it's my watch list. That's all it is. Now, if you're saying my watch list doesn't work, then that's another issue. So when you say the layout for my channel doesn't work, what do you mean by that? If you're thinking you're going to get everything you see, then that's not what my channel is. It's just my watch list. Now, let me make sure. Yeah, it works. That's all you're supposed to get. You're not okay. My layout is just give me a moment. I'm not going to give you. You're going to have to go to my home page, okay? And you'll see the link to my layout in the scan section right at the very top. Okay? Go to my home page, go to the scan section, and right at the very top it says Barry's layout, something like that. And that'll get you everything. That link doesn't work. All right, I got an issue then. How am I going to do this? Well, let me ask somebody else. Anybody try to load my layout link and find that it didn't work? The reason because I don't want to overlay my layout. But anybody try to when you click here for my layout and it wasn't working? Anybody find that? It was not working. Ugh. I wonder, since when? Because I've been handing that link out forever, and this is the first day. Let me just see what's going on. I haven't done anything differently, so... Okay, here goes nothing. I just have to... All right, well, it works for me. Well, it works for me. I just loaded it. So I don't know what you mean. I mean, you can see I just loaded it. It works for me. You saw, I mean, you saw it, Siri. You saw exactly what I did. I loaded it. It all showed up. Thank you, Michael. So Solomon, again, maybe you didn't understand. Maybe you don't know exactly how to load a link or something, because I just loaded it before, and it certainly loaded. Now. Are you guys trying to load it web-based version? The web-based version, Solomon and Asiri? Are you on our web-based version as opposed to the downloadable app? Okay, PC version. Okay, well, because yeah, on the web-based version, unfortunately, I've got more than 5 charts, so you might get an error message about having too many charts or something. But no, well, try it again, Siri, because it definitely worked for me, and I'm getting a bunch of people saying it works. So I don't know what you're doing exactly then to not allow it to work. Another one I don't think I've ever seen before, Mavericks Metals, MMX. Another Amex stock. Ija. Look at this breakout, guys. Wow, what a breakout for this MMX. I mean, it's a very cheap stock to be a lifetime high. I mean, I don't know if it was a symbol name change or what's going on with this. Now, right there, it's hard for me to believe this was an IPO here, so it might be a symbol name change. I mean, it's possible it was an IPO, but anyway, this is, according to us, it's a lifetime high now for MMX. Wow, this CLSK is doing what I wanted it to do a lot earlier. It was kind of whippy, but is on the way down. But I just couldn't take it. Just too choppy for me. But this, the SPY just keeps moving down. Now we got 45 minutes. Not quite 45 minutes, but of straight down from that little 30-minute pull-up. Oh well, yeah. You're not going to see from the beginning of the day, Martha. When if you load my layout right now, you'll only see the last ones. You're not going to see right from the beginning of the day. Another one that has disappointed me is the LMRK. I really wanted to take this one on the gap up and go, but it's just too choppy. I mean, it's working. It's starting to work now, but just finding a lot of choppy ones from a lot of my alerts today. They ultimately work, but hard to commit for me anyway. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I do see GSAT, IJA. I see GLDG also, GLDG. Just most of them are just look like they're coming into some kind of resistance, so that's the only issue I've got. Of course, you're going to say resistance doesn't matter. All right, guys, another less than 3 minutes for that last red candle to close for the SPY, and then we'll have 45 minutes down. Or you could do this. If you have it, all you have to do is uncheck. You could just uncheck what you don't want necessarily. So gap up and go, gap down and go. So if you didn't want the reverses, then you just uncheck them. Or Real can put them in. Oh, I made some other changes. Okay. What? Yeah, so I took the indelicately named gap and crap and I changed it to gap, down, and go. Okay. Well, not exactly. I mean, you can use the similar, okay? I mean, scanning, you can try the similar. I just don't like the way it's organized a lot of times. But for instance, if by sector industry, let me show you. We do have this, which I think people are actually liking. I hadn't really displayed it before. So if you click on new, channel bar, and then you click on sector status. Where are you? Sector status. Now these are the big ones, okay? Obviously the big ones, the XLUs, XLE. So this is the sector status. Now, earlier on in the day, there were hardly any that were actually positive. But so what this is telling me, so at a glance, you know, the spider sectors at a glance, 71% of them are down versus 30% are up. And up meaning just, even if it's just, you know, from yesterday's close, okay? That's all that is. So you look here at technology, look at XLK as an example. 92% of the stocks are down, 8% are up. Okay, so you can sort of look at the top here and say, well, these are the ones, you know, going counter to what the rest of a sector is doing. You can scroll down and you can see the ones that are really doing the worst. Okay, something like that. So that, I mean, I know that's not exactly scanning by sector, but that gives you at a glance, you know, the main sectors at a glance. And that is the sector status channel. But again, it's a channel, so it's a layout, so you can only have the one layout loaded at a time. But you could take this and you could customize it and then save it as your own layout. So you could have it, you know, for instance, I mean, sometimes you might not want to have, you might want to put a price range in, things like that. It's interesting, you know, even though the market is down, every indice is down. For this scan here, movers to the upside greater than 300,000 shares versus the movers to the downside greater than 300,000 shares. With the filters I've got in, actually most of the stocks have been up for the day. Really interesting. Yeah, Tesla, my goodness. I think Tesla, did it take out the 200-day moving average yet? Yes, 584. Big level, guys. I mean, you know. Yeah, now we're into an hour down. Oh, absolutely, Gordon, or Golden, for sure. Feels like a year ago that I shorted Cala. Still have some left. This is from the pre-market. Just waiting to see if it actually goes negative. Okay, guys, I'm just going to take a look at some of these earnings plays to see if there's anything kind of interesting. Meanwhile, yeah, FRSX just continues to march upwards here. So what are we looking at here? So the next high looking left is 466. And then after that, 489. Having quite the day through the 200-day moving average. Big volume for it. And yes, Ija, I noticed that you did talk about that one earlier. All right, guys, I'm just looking at my other monitor to see if there's anything kind of interesting. Maybe one more leg down for clove. Maybe. I know Rio was talking about it. Coming off that 15 right there. The 8 on the 15-minute chart, maybe bouncing down off it. All right, this one, worth watching. Matt, worth watching. He's just always a joker. It means worth watching, okay? Keep an eye on CLVT, guys. CLVT was a gap down and then a move higher, but now this is now gapping down and going down. Well, it's a gap up and reverse. Sorry, this is a gap up and reverse now. I mean, you know, if this takes out this 73, I mean, there's no, that's the low of the day. CLVT, that's the low of the day. Well, he means, you know, keep an eye on it. You know, it's kind of it's worth watching to see what it might do. Keep an eye on it. There it goes, guys. CLVT on the way down. I wonder if this will go negative. All right. Ominous again for the clove, 666. 667 now, but it was when I just looked at it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find anything. Just watching the CLOV, see if it can get down a little bit further. All right, so this is well, it says gold. I guess it is a gold play, not silver play, or probably has gold and silver. Talking about the HL Hecla. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it can move. HL, it's an all-time high now. Looks like an all-time high anyway. There's a big float, $500 million in the float. Nice break on the, well, this is the first day of the week, so nice break on the daily chart. And that is from the option scanner. Hasn't moved really. I mean, 871 was the alert. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty boring. I have to say, it's pretty boring. The high of the day looks like around 873. Probably has to take that out. It's trading 3 times normal. 3 1/3 times normal. Mr. Red Bull, our bull. Welcome. Yeah, a little bit slow. I'm just, I'm just trying to. I don't rush into anything. The HL. I mean, there it is, 871. It's the FF definitely turned down. Of course, this one maybe this can set up again. Yeah, maybe. The alert was at 1045. At 1244 now. There's a couple of dollars there. And then, of course, the BTU earlier today, 788. Then it got up to 860. So that's, 2 great alerts. Maybe the HL. I mean, it's in a strong sector today. It is a strong sector. Take a look at the sectors, silver and gold right at the top. Oh, was it really? Not not mine. I don't think so. Do I see it here? I don't see HL here. Must be something else. It's not here. It's not in my watch list at all. I wonder when you right click, what symbol list do you have? When you right click and find the symbol list, what symbol list do you have? Because it's definitely not in my watch list. Maybe you've got an old one. I mean, I'm glad it worked for you, but it's not in my watch list. All right, okay, after an hour straight down on the SPY, we've got a green candle. Actually, I heard somebody else talking about, one of the Trade Ideas guys was talking about higher, HYRE. Wow. Look, wow, what? No kidding. Look at this. Look at the day it had. This was an earnings play, and now continuation. I'm sorry. When was the 13th? The 13th was, yeah, so this was the reaction. This was the reaction on Friday because it was after hours on Thursday. Here's your reaction to earnings. I don't really think I saw this one on Friday. And now a great second day continuation. Gordon, I probably have no idea. You're asking some questions that I'm just not. When you say size, I don't even know. Okay, in the stop formulas, I think there's got to be a lot of work that has to be done in the stop formulas. I know what you're talking about. All of this. Whoops. Yeah, I don't even know what size means here. I think what I like to see done is eliminate a lot of this. In fact, where is size? Oh, entry order. All right, I'll go along with you. Well, let's create a new trading strategy. New trading strategy. Okay, let's do it. So what's your order? What's your order detail? You're gonna base on a stop loss or fixed shares or fixed dollars? Okay, fixed. All right, 250 shares. Now what? Risk management. Okay. You know what? I am just not. Why don't you take all this? Michael's there. Maybe ask him, okay? Because I am just not an expert in using this. You're asking. The only way you use this is in a very rudimentary because I don't auto trade it. I do not auto trade anything. He's not there right now. No, he'll definitely, but he's hanging around. I do see him answering other questions. So you can try. Go again. Go to the. And none of this is answered in the video. None of it. Okay, yeah. So I'm definitely not going to know if it's that specific. I'm not going to know. However, some of the other traders do use Brokerage Plus every now. Well, a lot more than I do. So why don't you ask the question and see what sort of response you get, okay? Chris Varley probably knows. I know he uses it quite a bit. He can probably dive in and help you. But if you're going to be around Wednesday, definitely You know, go into the YouTube room between 12 and 1 and have all these types of questions all stored up, okay? I do apologize, but I'm just not an expert in it. But Michael or somebody else will certainly know. 12 between 12 and 1. Every, you know, the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Eastern time. Yeah, stop formula, ask bid size. I think that our stop formulas, I'm not even sure a lot of them will actually work. I know what you're looking at. You're looking at a big list. And a lot of those things are just not available, and yet they're there. And I think that might be an issue also. The gainers top list window. Okay, so nothing I've got. Well, Hecla is on the move, a little bit on the move. HL on the move modestly. 871, the alert, 871, inching up. It's in the right sector. Hecla might do kind of like a Peabody, you know? I mean, it might just surprise us and just keep moving. Not the same sector, but I didn't think that Peabody BTU would have the same kind of move that it did. This room is more like a stock promotion room than a day trading room, okay? Then maybe this is not the room for you. I don't think it is, but okay. All we're doing is talking about ideas. Nobody's saying buy this, buy that. But I'm getting ready for your next post front. Just so you know, I'm getting ready for it. Oh, I think this is just it's just a guy coming in trying to create some a little bit of controversy or havoc. Okay, obviously we're not a front running room. We don't promote anything. We have ideas. We talk about them. People can make up their own mind if they want to take a look at a stock. This is just somebody who's come in and trying to be a disrupting force. That's all. No, this is not Sean speaking. This is Barry speaking. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, so you're asking me about silver and gold. So, I'm not, obviously silver and gold, I mean, they're strong right now. The market's down. That's typically, what can happen. Market's weak, silver, the commodities are up like silver and gold. But I have no special insight on where silver or gold are going in the future. So I'm the wrong person to ask about something like that. So you know, I mean, obviously right here, I mean, silver is almost not quite, well, not an all-time high, but I mean, 28.10 up in this level here, and gold probably is about the same type of thing. But I mean, they're moving a lot of, like many times, of course, with the market down, gold and silver will be up. Yeah, this is just a guy who came in, wanted to do a little bit of disruption. That's all. Thanks, BJ. All right, so I do see that higher did show up in the option scanner. So let's take a look left. 1410 is the next, so the next high looking left is way over here at 1627. I'm not saying it's going to get here. I'm just saying that's the next high looking left for higher. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, somebody asked again, do I see the US dollar going up or down? I have no idea. I'm the wrong person to ask those sort of macro questions, okay? I don't try to, I could probably turn on, you know, the TV and get 10 different opinions on what the US dollar is going to do. I get 10 different opinions in this room what the US dollar is. I'm not an expert on things like that. I don't try to predict where the US dollar or gold, silver, oil, any of the commodities are going. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not, well, when you're asking if you should be buying hard gold bar or silver bar, is this a good time? I'm not a financial advisor. I will absolutely bow out of that one. Okay? There's not a play. Well, okay, JD. I mean, if you came into custom formulas, no, there was no central repository of people that have created custom formulas. No. All right, guys. Well, the H's have it right there. 1422, 1447 now. HL 871. Modest. 871, 882, modest. I'm the only presenter, yes. There is another one that takes over between 12 and 1 every day, but between 9 and noon and 1 and 3, I am the only presenter, yes. But nobody at Trade Ideas is going to give you ideas like that, okay? Nobody is going to say, yes, you know, we think that you probably should be buying, you know, the physical gold or physical silver, or, you know, nobody's going to be able to tell you that. I mean, we're not financial advisors, all right? As much as you can carry, William. Well, this Hecla is actually, I don't believe it. I mean, well, let's see how close it can get to 9. I mean, this is an all-time high. I guess it's an all-time high for HL. I guess is because, you know, a stock that's only $8.80 odd cents, for it to be the all-time high forever and ever, it's pretty low, but I guess it just hasn't had a lot of, I mean, I'm going back to 2016. Should I go back on the monthly chart? Let's just take a look. Yeah, so it's not an all-time high. There must be just a sliver of white that I don't see here. Yeah. We have to go, well, okay, it's not an all-time high, but we have to go back to 2011 before we start seeing these highs. So for all intents and purposes, I mean, this is not resistance. Oh, Clove, guys, one more leg. Come on. 635, 631. Be a magnet. That is definitely the low. Okay, that is the low, low, low. I mean, it's a relatively new issue, of course. It did that SPAC. So the low is 631. Yeah, well, it still has a little bit of room, doesn't it? I mean, NVVE has a little bit of room, $15. Great, great alert from this at 10:45 and quick. You know, pretty quickly done. And then it pulled back, and now it's on the way again. And all this is looking for are stocks having abnormal option activity, trading at least 3 times what it would normally have traded over the last 10 days. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Keep an eye on Mavis, guys. It is having a little bit of a jog up. MVIS, again, one of the WBT stocks. A little bit of a jog up. You know, look, if it takes out, say, I don't know, tomorrow, the day after, or sometime 16, I'm going to stick an alert around 1676. Remember how crazy this one was? Got up to almost, well, $28. Takes this out right around here. You never know. Hello, Matt. Okay, so probably what you have to do is either do a refresh or change your browser, Matt. So you can't see what I'm going to do here, but if you can find, there's a gear icon near the top in the chat, and right beside it, there is a refresh icon. Looks like almost a completed circle. You click on that. That might help. If not, you might have to change browsers. The developer of the room seems to think that Chrome is the best browser to use, but if you're already using Chrome, you might have to try another browser. Because there's definitely screen share, yes. Yeah, try another browser. I mean, I don't know how else I could help you. Yeah, so Saeed, so you just left click on the chart, and then just start typing. Is that what you mean? So if I left click on a chart, all that's doing is just making sure, showing trade ideas what chart you're in. So you left click on a chart and then you just start typing. Okay, if you start typing, most of the time a change symbol box will pop up, and then you click on change. Okay, most of the time, or you can hit enter on your keyboard. Let me know if that worked. If that doesn't work, the only other thing you can try is left clicking on the chart and hitting the space bar on your keyboard. Ah, okay, no, the right click is always the context menu. So yes, left click. Yeah, try another browser. Opera. Wow, didn't know anybody used Opera anymore. Yeah, so JD, I can show you that. I'll give you 2 links. Well, okay, wait a minute. Are you wanting to know how to create a custom formula, or are you looking to find where all the data points that you can use to create a custom formula? A formula editor. I mean, I can show you. I can give you a link. It's going to be hard in the YouTube to do it. I might have to. Okay, I'm going to have to break this up in YouTube. I can't paste everything at once. Okay, so I am going to have to paste. Hopefully, all this will work. Okay, so just keep looking underneath where you just. Okay. I'm going to keep going here. Okay, that seemed to work. Okay. Okay, so what I just pasted in 3 steps was how to create a custom formula, okay? How to create one. According to everything I had read before, trailing stop does not work in the simulator. But maybe in the latest version it does. It would only work, and only the dollar amount would work if you're connected live. But if you've done it and you're saying it's working, okay, well, there's your answer. Okay, so I'm going to continue on with you. JD. So here now on pages 5 and 6 of the static formula link that I just popped in there are all the data points you can use. And then here are the other filter codes that you can use, okay? So that'll get you going. Pretty impressive with Macy's. I mean, Friday and now today, and it still has room. Now it has earnings tomorrow, so I wouldn't. Well, my feeling, I would not be holding this overnight. It has earnings tomorrow morning before the market opens. But it's up to you guys. You want to do that, but yeah, come on. I'm going to just I'm going to help to maybe induce it downwards for Clove. And I've got an alert. Well, actually, I have an alert set right down there. Let's see if it takes it out. Push it down. Push it down. Yeah, I know XRT looks awesome. It really does. Instead of having to. What's the symbol, Dave? I have no idea what ISRN is. It ISRNN? Yeah, so I don't know what the symbol is. I don't know. I don't have those indicators on like RSI and all that. I have no idea. It doesn't look to me. Well, I mean, the last 2 days. Problem is, it's got earnings tomorrow. I mean, I would never be touching anything with earnings, like holding it anyway. That's just me, though. I mean, look, the bets seem to be being placed. I mean, Thursday, Friday, and today's action ahead of earnings tomorrow. I mean, these bets seem to be being placed that they think things are going to happen tomorrow. But I don't gamble like that. Well, don't look now, guys, but GME making another surge here. Another surge. There's the high today, 174. Yeah, Place had a couple, well, even more, several upgrades this morning. PLCE, several upgrades this morning. Well, guys, again, I'm just Twitter. Look at Twitter. TWTR, having a bit of a move here. Choppy though. I mean, I just can't get too excited. I mean, look at the 200-day moving average, 52.36 for Twitter. So it's just sitting just about 30 cents underneath it. All right, guys. Again, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at other scans to see if there's anything else. Let's see how many GME at Interactive Brokers, and the answer is, I don't know what it was before, so I have no reference, but I have 276,000 at Interactive Brokers. Shorts available for GME. All right, guys. Again, all I'm watching is Clove and Kara. I mean, that's it for me. I'm sorry, not Kala, not Kara, Kala. Sorry. And when I say watching, that's only because I took a short Kala in the pre-market, right up here, covered some here, and just kind of holding on to see if anything really crazy happens. Let's see if I can find one that's on this computer. I'm just not sure where I can find it quickly on this computer. Sorry. Okay, well, this was my thought process for Cala. Okay, first of all, you know, it was way above a channel, okay, in the pre-market. So number one, that, you know, was way above. I looked at the press release and I thought it was highly dubious, skeptical. I don't mean they're faking it, but they've got this licensing agreement. Now, a lot of times when you see these licensing agreements and they talk about an upfront payment, they usually declare the size. And I noticed that they did not declare the size of the one of the upfront payment. Now, maybe they have now, but when I first read it, let me just show you what or show you. Wow, come on, Clove. See, it's funny, now I see it. Before I did not see it. If I'd seen the 255 million, I may not have taken it. How funny is that? Because when I first read it, I did not see, there was not this announcement of the actual upfront payment. I mean, that's pretty significant. So I'm actually surprised it's doing this. I did not see this, and I thought, you know what? If they're not willing to put the upfront payment in, then I'm going to short it. So that's what I did. That's why I did it. The other thing too is it was coming into, you know, take a look here, 246. So, you know, this area here, 250. See, the 50-cent mark for me, for stocks under $5, can be a significant barrier to overcome. So that is in essence. But to be honest, I mean, I thought I did not see the payout. This is what I saw. This was this is what I saw. This was at 8 o'clock. Okay, this is what I saw. And I did not see. You know, $250 million is not in here. And that was at 8 o'clock. Now at 8, you know, later on at 8:15 and 8:26, I'm noticing in my headline news from Interactive Brokers, I guess they do refer to a number. But at that time though, you know, I was already looking at this to short, so. We always have, well, not necessarily the website. If you click on that alert or that link, JG, that should just bring you right to the area. So right here, if I click on the link, you know, I'm brought right here into the formula editor. So you create it right here. Okay? So when you click on the link, you should be brought right to the formula editor. So you don't have to, you shouldn't have to do anything else other than click on the link and it'll take you right to the formula editor. All right, guys, so it is now 2:30, so I'm almost sure I'm going to be shutting this room down at 3. I spelled that wrong. That's okay. So before I do shut her down in about half an hour, just one last take a look at my homepage, and you can save the link. Lots of information is there, my homepage. Okay, so click on my homepage link, and again, this is what you're going to see. You can take out Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video, I've already done it. All the scans I'm sharing right here. So I'm saying save the link because you can take a look at all these scans whenever you want. And here's my layout that you see, and it does work. Gentle dig. All the information, all the education links are here. 20 lessons, daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in YouTube. Daily webinars, they'll start next week. Again, we'll be back, I'm pretty sure anyway, next week back to our normal schedule. Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, you want a little more information about Holly, the AI, right here. Starting trade ideas from scratch. Back to basics, you're brand new to trading. Great little series. Starting off with what is a stock? And trading ebooks, okay? And should have mentioned this, of course, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off either the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost you. Okay, we have 4 plans, premium and standard for annual and monthly. Here are the prices, $22.68 a year, $10.68, both minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, there are other differences, but the main difference is the AI, okay, which as you see here. Monthly, you can go monthly, no problem. Want to go monthly? Here's our rates, standard and premium. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay. I can see the steam coming out of the top of Real's head. You mean to go long? Hope not. I'm still short this thing. I mean, it's doing nothing. I mean, really, for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 3 hours, it's really done nothing. Yeah, getting close to the high of the day for GME, guys. Obviously, a 200 break somehow, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, would be pretty impressive. It may create that base, and who knows from there on. I'm not in this anymore, so I made a little bit on what I had. During the last go around. You know, I wanted this one earlier, CLVT, and I just didn't take it for some reason, but this is now, starting to inch its way down, CLVT. Yeah, so you can have the similar stock window open, okay, to a certain extent, okay? I think I know what you're talking about. If you want to know, like CLVT, what sector it's in, how is that sector doing? Not exactly, no. Now you can do things like this. Take a look at it. Let's take a look at IHT as an example, okay? So this is in something called other investment pools and funds, okay? So there's probably going to be a lot that are similar in here. Now I'm going to sort this on the change from the close. Let me do the airlines. The airlines is probably going to be a lot closer. Yeah, because I see like Sage, JetBlue, UAL, ALK. These are all airlines. Okay. Now, if I wanted to, and all I've done is I've just clicked on the similar tab. If I wanted to, and I wanted to follow the airlines all day long, then all I have to do is right click and pop it out. So I've popped that out, okay? Now I can follow the airlines all day long if that's what I want to do. I mean, you can pick another sector, of course. But now you can follow. Now what you can do is you can actually, it's a top list, so you can put in the price range you want. If I said, you know what, I only want between 1 and 30. I want a minimum volume of 400,000. Things like that, okay? So now you see how I've changed this. I always like to get rid of that daily volume. Don't like it. And then I could also say, what I'm doing is I'm basically just kind of customizing it. Change from the close. Say a 2% change from the close. Okay, now, there it is. Now, not many are meeting, okay? Not many are meeting the criteria. Yeah, Michael, I know that. I know that. I'm just using this as an example, okay? So not many airlines are, of course, going to be up for the day, but American is for whatever reason. So you see what I did? I clicked on the similar tab. I popped it out. So now I'm in a very specific sector. I can monitor that sector all day long. Yeah, so that is not available. The reason I'm not using the similar like I used to is that I'm just finding that too many odd looking stocks are in the similar. In other words, you're looking at a sector and you're thinking, well, why the heck is that in there? Okay. So I'm not using. Wow, look at GME now, guys. GME just made a new high. I only bring this up because I know there are people that are interested in this. Okay. No, I mean you can't dispute the fact. I mean it's up 8.5% now. Now again, if you want to go to sector analysis, at least then you will see the stocks in the sector. Now these are the main sectors, okay? So and so with the market being down in virtually everything, there's not, well, this is the, well, except for energy. I mean, look at energy. 95% of the stocks in the energy sector are up. Only 4% are down. You know, so at a glance, you know, you can see the hot sectors, the main sectors, the main ones. Consumer staples, you know, 68% are up. Where you been, Carlos? I've been demonstrating that the last. You got it? Okay, maybe that's what you need. And of course, this is organized. The change from the close. Okay, so that is what it's sorted on. So that's why you can go all the way down to the bottom. So for instance, you look at energy. Right? What did I say? 95% are up. Only 4% of in the sector are down. So you can go all the way down and say, well, who's the loser here? VLO. Ah, well, that's why if you have the single stock window up and running, it'll tell you the sector it's in. You have the single stock window. See right at the very top there? It says petroleum refineries as an example. And that's why I'm saying similar then in the petroleum refineries sector, here they are. Now you can also, I mean if you want, you can also add it as a column to every one of your scans. You know, you can add the column. You know, sub-industry, industry. I mean, you can have as many as you want, subsector, sector, so that when you looked at it, you as a column, you could tell what it is in. But the single stock window, I mean, that kind of does it right there. I mean, here we are. PVH, I mean, we're really drilling down to a subsector. Men's and boys cut and sew apparel contractors. Okay. So we're really drilling into a pretty obscure subsector. You are welcome. You're welcome, Fred. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. So again, now's the time to ask questions. Well, it's all day you can ask questions, but if you've been saving them up. Yeah, it just doesn't look like Clove is really going to give it up. Okay, so I've never used MetaTrader, but here's what you can always try. Well, if you're asking me in general, I have no idea. So I have no idea. Generally, we link with a lot of platforms, though. Okay, and it's just a matter of I'm assuming you don't have. Do you have trade ideas, Matt? Because if you have it, then you can try the link. Okay, well then try the link. Just go to our tools, external linking. Okay, tools, external linking, and then add link. Click on add link. Now, just follow the rules or follow what it's saying. You know, keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. Now, typically, the target window will be, say, your order entry. Okay, or a chart. There you go. Select trading view and it works with MT4 and 5. Thank you, JB. Thank you. So what he's saying is, so you'll select the window, and then once you've done that, this rule will you'll be able to actually drop down. This will be a drop down menu where it says rule. You'll actually be able to let me just show you what I mean. This rule, this will be a drop down menu that you'll have access to. So what JB is saying is that just pick trading view as the rule. Okay, I've heard of MetaTrader, but I've never ever used it. And again, if those of you who are wondering what I'm doing, so all linking does in this regard, it's just a time saver. So you don't have to load into whatever platform you're using. And so you don't have to constantly type the symbol into the platform you're using. It just, if you can establish the link, you click on a symbol within Trade Ideas and it loads into the platform you're using. And from there, if it's a brokerage platform, then you trade it. If it's a chart, like TradingView, it just loads into the chart. On a mission, guys. GME on a mission here. Wow. Oh, I never switch to momentum ever. I mean, they're all momentum. Everything I see here usually is kind of momentum, Solomon. I mean, they're all... There's very, very few things that are not going to be kind of momentum. Just because they're trading, they have abnormal activity. I keep the same layout all day. I don't make any switches. Yeah, Mavis is. I mean, it could be sneaky if it cracks 15. I mean, there's just a ton of. I mean, again, look what could happen if the boys get a hold of this one again. So that's why I have a price alert set. I mean, it's way up here. It's $2 away. I get it. But if it could ever take that out, I mean, then look at what could happen. Higher on the move, guys. Higher, higher, higher is moving. Well, you know what it's doing. It's moving higher. There was the alert, 1422. Pulled back. Below. That's why I'm saying this is like a watch list, okay? Not like a watch list. It is a watch list. Well, it's in my watch list, of course, SMMT. And I triggered, I think, right here at 6:30. So yeah, I mean it. So a great alert from my watch list at 6:30, 696 now for SMMT. Now, looking left on the monthly chart, the high is 7, takes that out. Then you look left, man, it's got 1238. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but yeah, Michael, I don't know. I don't know about those, what you're talking about there exactly. But I mean, I know, but I don't let it influence me too much. How's that? Guys, look what happened. I don't know if Bitcoin itself is Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin's having a bit of a rally here. Look at Riot. Riot is moving higher. Actually, it's an earnings play too. I don't know. I have no idea what they said. But of course, excuse me, crypto, all the crypto stocks were really hit hard. Trying to come back a little bit. I think Mara is probably doing the same thing. I have no feel for crypto whatsoever. When one guy can kind of tweet out whatever he wants and dominate the market. Boy, this Mavis, yes, this Mavis looks really intriguing on a 15 break. I know I've got my alert set up here, but you know, if GME rallies like it is, and it's funny, AMC isn't not going crazy today. Today is definitely the day for GME. Okay, Carlos. I wouldn't refer to yourself as clueless, but okay. Hey, there's a lot to learn, you know. I mean, there's a lot to trade ideas you can make. You know, if you try to learn absolutely everything, well, I mean that is going to make it very difficult. But if you concentrate on a few things, certainly at the beginning, maybe add little nuggets later on, but okay, well, first of all, in general, so if you save my link, Leo, okay, I'm going to get you to save my, just a second here. I'm going to get you to save my link because then you can take a look at everything at your leisure. I'll put my link in and I'm going to show you what section you could probably look at to get you going. Okay, so I just, it's called Barry's homepage. Okay, so if you click on the link, and if you go over to the scan or the education sector right here, and you click here, so we got a lot of education here. Now, when you say what you're seeing here, I mean, obviously you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, but the 20 lessons, it won't take you 20 days. If you look at the take the lessons, So, what is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, creating them, price alerts, the AI we nicknamed Holly, Brokerage Plus. So there's a lot of information here. These are not videos, it's just text-based. And then not so much here, but if you keep going down, educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a bigger blurb about the AI channel, Holly. Okay. I don't know how new you are to trading, but this is a little video series that was done. It's not, but this is really sort of intro to trading. What is a stock? Intro to charts, etc. But I think maybe the educational videos that are here, showing you what trade ideas is all about, and also just the quick 20 20 lessons I think will help. But if you save my link, then you can look at all this later on. Okay, so if you're experienced in trading, then you don't have to start off with what is a stock. Okay. I mean, we're a scanner. I mean, that's what we are. We scan the market. So, I mean, you probably understand that, but we are a scanner, and here's an example of a scan. I'm sharing all of my scans, my layout. So if you're not a subscriber right now, if you do become a subscriber, everything that I'm doing, I share. But here's an example of a scan. Looking for stocks between $1 and $20, minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4%. These are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock meets these requirements and makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks. So that's what we do. We scan the market. I don't know, but my thoughts on GME are now, how come I didn't take it at 150? Got to get back in, but anyway. QLGN. Well, I see a lot of resistance around 2 and up here. That's what I see, which is not that far away. You know me, I mean, getting through a whole number 1. So even if it somehow found its way through the whole number, at 2, then you got all this up here around, between 215 and 220. That's not that far away. So I don't see, it's just not interesting to me. If this weren't here, if it was more up here, up at 340, if it got through 2 and then this was more of a 45 degrees down, then it becomes, for me, more interesting. It's a low float though, 25 million, so obviously it has some kind of news today or some reason why it popped up. I don't see the reason, but because, I've been in not a free fall, but it's certainly in a steady decline. So it's having some kind of a day today for whatever reason. They beat earnings. May 14th, intra-market hours. So they released during the market on Friday? Or is that correct? We have very few companies release during market hours. Usually it's either after hours or before the market opens. Where are they out of? So is it possible they released after hours on Friday? Very, very few companies do that. Oh, so, okay. So then this is a reaction to earnings then. Okay. All right, guys, are there any other questions? If not, I'll wrap it up. For me, a bit of a boring day. I'll, just flat out say that. It was a bit of a boring day for me. All right, I don't see any other questions, so let me get my script ready so I can pop that in, close down the room. How do we tell 45 million being a low float? What do you mean by that exactly? I mean, 45 million to me is not a low float, but it all depends on what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading Facebook, if you're used to trading Facebook or those sort of stocks that have this one has 2.3 billion in the float, then to you, 45 million would be a low float. For me, anything 20, but again, that's kind of subjective. I mean, for me, anything 20 million and under is a low float. But that's me. I mean, it can't. Obviously, you see the things when you see something that is up 100%, there's no way Facebook will ever be up 100%, right? Not with unless something extraordinary happens. Okay, so typically when we see the ones that are giving the biggest percentage increases, usually the float is fairly low. Okay, but it is subjective. I mean, nobody's going to say absolutely this is the definition of a low float. Okay, and welcome, by the way. Also, it would depend maybe on the price of the security. I mean, like a $100 stock that has 40 million in the float, that's pretty low for a $100 million for a $100 stock, as an example. Yeah, I mean, typically you will see stocks with very, very low floats. They'll be cheaper, the cheaper stocks, because more than likely, if you see a stock that has a very low float, they've probably done a big reverse split. Okay, so maybe they had 100 million in the float. They do a 10-to-1 reverse split. Now they've only got 10 million in the float. I mean, that's typically what you do see. All right, guys. Okay, guys, I think that is it. I'm going to shut the room down now. We'll see you tomorrow. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody. There we go. Have a great evening, everybody. And as I say, I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 in the morning. 9 in the morning Eastern Time. Bye-bye.